Hey everyone, Pam Bam Richard here. Welcome back to the Tales of Marathon Stream 3. We just wrapped up a lot of events that occurred since Nordopolica. We visited the place, we tirade the place, and we are never going back to Nordopolica again. So, now we're going to move on forward and see how much we can get done of Act 2 before we can wrap up tonight. Let's do this thing, shall we? Here we go.
I'm gonna take this one with me and pay the Don a visit.
Somebody's in trouble. We're gonna bring a lost child back to see how he's gonna get punished.
Wait,
hey Kerplop, how's it going? Thanks,
you?
Laffy, by the way.
This is union business. Not sure you'll have much to talk about.
Nice to see that you're able to make another day there, KP.
There's something else I wanted to ask.
Can't it wait till you bring the Apathea with everybody else?
I'd rather ask it on my own.
If it's not too complicated, go and give it a try.
I can't make any promises, just so you know.
Thanks! I'll be right back, guys!
Oh, Carol. Starting to move on up in the world for a bit.
Do you think we could ask about the Apathea as well?
Good question.
That qualifies as complicated.
That is also true,
You
Yuri.
got that right.
Hey, wait up! Where do you think you're going?
I've been to this city
Oh yeah, you know, we were talking about like how
think.
Patty didn't see the thing yesterday. This is the moment where
Again.
we're gonna get to the point where she starts to
Well,
learn
this city
about
does have a history with
the
Ivory.
history of Ivory, basically.
It wouldn't have been
Where she
strange for
gets
your
into it,
grandfather to have
basically.
come here.
That's true. I'm going to go ask around a bit.
And thus she will leave our party yet
Be
again.
careful that you don't end up like you did in Nordopolica or Mantake.
That's a good point.
We'll be at the end. All right.
Alright. Right in sync.
Let's be good kids and wait for Uncle Raven at the end.
Ah yes, let's wait at the end. Every single time I came back here, I didn't know whether I need to rest at the end or not, but this time, you definitely need to rest at the end. Patty finally remembers that she's Mew. Well, she could summon Mew, but she's not actually Mew.
Estelle and I will be.
I still
resting
think
in.
that the voice actress for her will always be remembered for me as Patty now instead of Mew. She grew out of the role already. She does a better job here. I mean, not a better job, but she gets a chance to essentially
Yeah, I could use some time off my
grow
feet,
into
too.
the role here. Yeah, no, I understand. I just felt to take the opportunity regardless.
Yuri, please wake up. Yuri!
Lloyd Irving, wake up.
Huh?
Lloyd.
I was really zonked out, huh?
Good morning, sleepyhead. Though it's more good afternoon now, ain't it?
Oh, hey, old man. You're back. What about Carol?
Oh, actually, I think we're joined by our guest earlier than I expected. Is it 7 Eastern? I thought it was 8.
Haven't seen him since
It
I
would
left
be
the
like
union.
8 o'clock for me,
Reckon he's
but
still there.
I see you're there. Sorry, I should have checked the time zones a bit better.
Testing,
He's
testing.
okay.
There you are, there you are. Hey, how's it going, pnvnd?
Awesome. Good, 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 good. I thought my mic was broken. How's my mic sounding?
Well,
Your
since
mic
the
is sounding
old
just
man's
fine.
back,
I'm able
does
to
that
hear
mean
you
everything's
loud
settled with the
and
union?
clear.
Awesome.
Alright, so now... Sorry, give me a moment. I actually screwed up time zones a bit. I thought, like, you might have been coming a little bit later, but I'll accommodate here. Because, let's see. Just gonna update the asset here real quick. Current guest. So, by the way, PMVND, when was the first time you, played Vesperia, out of curiosity?
Maybe in 2013, 2012, maybe on the original Xbox 360.
Nice, nice. Did you get around to playing this version of the game?
Nope. I bought the PS4 version and I bought the Switch version, and it's just sitting there. I was hoping that would, give us Destiny DC or something else localized, so I just bought it to support Bandai.
Right. That's really good though. Like, supporting the official release definitely helps, as I'm sure you are well aware. So, to give people a little bit of background, pnvnd, I heard about you from Peggy from Life Bottle Productions, and he suggested that I should bring you over. And I looked into your Discord group, and
Wow.
I'm color-me impressed. I looked at all the stuff that you have helped prepared. Like, you were helping out with Life Bottle to get, like, the Destiny DC patch going, and the Innocence R patch going with the open source approach. That it really brought a smile to my face. That's all I gotta say, man.
Nice. Actually, I didn't do too much. Basically, all the tools that were already on the internet, I was able to find them, look at some tutorials and some forums that had like instructions on how to do things, and I just basically put everything together in one place and showed people how to use it. So yeah.
Oh, I remember when I would always say like, oh, it's just a little bit of a thing, but from my perspective, a little can mean a lot sometimes. And to be honest, like, when I heard Innocence R particularly, I'm really excited to revisit that game again, especially considering, like, holy smokes, playing it in English and whatnot. I'm gonna share the same thoughts with Life Bottle. But which tools particularly would you say were the most interesting to cover with regards to finding out and whatnot?
There's no guarantee the scum won't try to attack
basically all the tools that were on that what's it called, romhacking.net. I started there with Tales of Destiny DC. There was like a Russian tool that was released, and it was basically there for like 3-ish years, and then no one really did anything with it. And then I looked around on GBA Temp, and also no one really knew how to use the tool, so I took that opportunity to just mess around with the files, just try to get it to work, get it to extract files, put it back together, and see if I can make some small changes to one file, put it together, and see what it looks like in the game. So the tools were actually out for quite some time, it's just no one really used it. It was pretty much public. Same with the tools for Tales of Innocence R. The tools to extract the files, I think it was out since 2018, 2019 or something like that, but no one really touched it or really know how to use it. There was like no documentation.
Oh my goodness. I know, like, I'm glad that the other Life Bottle folks are sharing my opinions right now, but it's just like, man, you speak like it's like, oh, it is what it is. It's just like a walk in the park, but you're sounding very, very humble from what I'm hearing right now. That is amazing, because now I have like a reason, for myself personally, now I have a reason to like mod my Vita. I don't usually mod my devices often, so when I heard that you're going to be doing, you helped out with Innocence R to exist, I will go out my way to like mod and back up my Innocence R copy just to see if I could get it to work, because when I take a peek on occasion with the progress, it's really well done. By the way, have you played Innocence R like from start to finish?
Nope, not at all. I only played the DS version, and that was in the original Japanese, and then I think I was like maybe in university. I just wanted to like kill time, just level up. I was like overly leveled. I didn't really know what I was doing. Everything was so Japanese. So
Right.
yeah. But the Vita version only, I guess, I'm like maybe 10 hours in, and it's mostly for troubleshooting, so not really too much gaming.
Yeah, I hear you. Innocence DS, yeah, that's the one that I really want to revisit. Not actually revisit, I never actually finished Innocence DS myself. But I think like the really cool thing about Innocence DS is the whole like swapping between your 3 characters and whatnot. That's probably like my favorite mechanic in that version that I want to explore some more.
Yeah, for me, I just wanted to kill time. Like, it was something that wasn't Final Fantasy, and it was, entertaining at the time.
I see. Then, in that case, which one would you say would be your favorite Tales game?
Tales of Destiny for PS1, obviously.
PS1? Oh, wait. Okay, you're pulling my leg, are you? I know people... Wait, no. Are you for real? Do you actually like PS1 Destiny? Genuinely?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Genuinely. Okay.
That was one of my after Final Fantasy VII. That was my next RPG, and I spent hours on that. I remember spending like maybe 30, 40 hours leveling up just so I can beat up Leon. And yeah, that's pretty much how I got into the Tales series.
Okay. So I apologize first off for my reaction, because usually in the Tales community, when somebody mentions Destiny PSX, they usually bring it with such disdain, so I'm very happy that you had the genuine response. So I apologize if I went straight to that reaction, because that's really good. I'm happy to hear that you do like Destiny on PS1.
It's just the old man's intuition after all.
Yeah, it's back in the day, I didn't really have internet or anything like that, so there was like that near the beginning. You know how you have to fight Leon, and it's a battle you have to lose, right? But you know what? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna beat him up. So I leveled up, and I beat him up. And then you know what? I didn't know what the ending was supposed to be. I thought I could continue. There's a new route. But yeah, that was yeah, they didn't really do much, so I played it again with my overleveled characters and just continued after losing to Leon. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun when I was a kid.
We don't have much
This is my new favorite story as somebody experiences a PS1. Because again, to be honest, when you bring up Destiny PS1, a lot of the community tends to like to rile up on it, and like I'm generally not really a fan of that, because the PS1 Tales of Destiny does have its quirks. Like I have a friend of mine who also really appreciates Destiny PS1 for what it was, and the Leon ending is certainly one of my favorite things, and I'm so glad you did it like as is. Like holy smokes, more props to you.
Yeah, I did it the hard way. Now I'm seeing YouTube videos, they're using all these e-bullets and they're just like spamming all these items and pretty much, you know, doing it the easy way. I did it the hard way. I leveled up hardcore.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking about using like the Leon alternate ending as one of the break videos, but I couldn't find myself the time to do the hardcore thing you mentioned. Yeah, because people nowadays use like the e-bullet strategy. Marathon Stream 2 that I held 7 years ago, Destiny PS1 did actually win the poll, and I remembered like running into Kongman, and to recruit him, you gotta beat him, right? Can you guess what I did to beat him?
What did you do? E-bullets?
Yeah, e-bullets. 15 e-bullets. Oh, it's the magic number. But it worked, So now a part of me feels a little bit ashamed because I seem to be talking to a Tales of Destiny professional right over here.
Yeah, it's just more of a pastime for me. Like, if I had internet, I definitely wouldn't have done that. I would have just researched it, figure out what it was like, or, you know what? I think the other thing I could have done was get Game Shark and then do it that way, but that was back in the days.
Yeah, back in the day. No, I hear you. So it was your first game, Tales of Destiny PS1.
Yep, that's the first one.
Oh man, I think I only know like a handful of people who have started out with Tales of Destiny PS1. Did you move on to Eternia afterwards?
Nope. Nope. You know what? For Tales of Eternia, I saw that it was like multiple discs. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be like a Final Fantasy thing or a Final Fantasy 8 thing. So I just like, nah, I don't have time for that anymore.
That's fair. Did you eventually like look into Eternia? Because like I think like the point of the 3 discs was more so for the voice acting than anything else really.
I didn't really get into Eternia. I played about maybe 5 or 6 hours, but I didn't really get into it like I did with Destiny, so I was just like, nah, I dropped it.
Okay. So you ended up renting it or something, I'm guessing? Or was it more like it kind of fell into your hands or some sort?
Yeah, my friend was playing with it, so I had him borrow one of my games. That time I was playing Star Ocean 2, and we just swapped games for a bit, and then, I was trying Tales of Eternia. Well, it was Tales of Destiny 2 here. So I tried it. I thought it was going to be like a continuation of Tales of Destiny, but that wasn't the case, so that was pretty disappointed.
No, I understand. I think there was an interview with the localization producer at the time. I believe it was Aki Kozu, like around 2000. I think the reasoning behind it was because like they wanted to keep the branding like how Final Fantasy did it, with 7, 8, and 9. So like you happen to be one of the people that they're targeting, unfortunately.
That's okay.
I'm guessing this is the
So
manner of
so
the
was at that point, I'm guessing you realized that's when you knew the Tales of series is a series of not connected games or something along those lines.
Yep.
We should wait and see what the situation is like first.
So you finished the 360 version in 2013.
Can't get too comfortable
2014.
though.
And you haven't gotten around to the definitive
They're
edition.
arguing about something.
What did you think about your 360 run then of
What
Vesperia?
part of let us in?
It was actually, at that time, it was my favorite. It was like I had to go on Kijiji, or I think it's like
Hold up,
it's like
sorry.
it's Craigslist. It's a Canadian
No,
version.
I'm
of Craigslist,
Canadian. I
think.
know what you're talking about. I'm happy. I'm so glad you brought up Kijiji. Thank you.
Yeah, I
knew.
had to look for an Xbox 360 that wasn't too expensive. Like the only reason I got the Xbox was for this one game, and after I cleared it, I didn't
We don't
touch it
have time
again.
to sit and chat.
Oh, not a fan of it after finishing it.
The old man
Nope,
did
but the
come
game
here.
was amazing. I liked it. The story was good. The voice acting was there,
This is our
and it
chance
was
to
a
listen
pretty
in.
fun experience. I didn't really have
Didn't you go
any
looking for proof that the hunting blades
real
were after that
complaints other than it was
dragon
on an Xbox.
I told you, we received word that the
Yeah, I think I remember a lot of people. Well, I've said this time and time throughout the marathon, but Vesperia ended up being one of those games which is like on the same level of Symphonia, where they released it on a JRPG deprived system, and that's how they created even more fans. But then Bamco doing the Bamco thing, they eventually released it on Sony.
You won't be any use to Jaeger if we have to give you a
Yeah.
beat.
But that's cool. You went out of your way for Kijiji. I think like I ended up buying it new. I should have went for the used route. I didn't know about Kijiji back then when I bought my 360.
Whatever,
It was
just
still
let us in.
might have been kind of fresh at the time.
What luck! Now there's less guards to worry about.
Yeah, like the Xbox 360, there was basically no other game. I think the only other game that was
Who the hell are you?
like Final Fantasy 13. I think they had an Xbox version or something like that.
Hey!
But even then, I had a PlayStation 3, so I didn't bother with that. Just that one game, Vesperia.
Yeah, no, same here. I think I'm on the same boat as well. Well, actually, I think I bought a Kinect at the time because I wanted to play some Dance Central. You know, get a little bit of exercise with the video games. But other than that, it wasn't really much. It was all just Tales of really, just for the one game. Just for the one game. So we got a Destiny player. Did you get around to playing Symphonia?
Yes, I did. I played it on my PS3.
Ooh, how was that experience?
It was not bad. I remember it was kind of a cheat. I remember there was one herb that I got, and it just boosted everybody's HP to like 9,999, and that was pretty much it. After I was able to figure that out, the game was pretty much easy after that.
Is it the herbs? Is it the herbs, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's one. It was this one herb. I think I just had to kill an enemy or something like that, and it kept dropping this herb. Like I was able to just keep using it, and yeah, I got to max health pretty quick.
Nice, nice. And like, but the strength and whatnot didn't increase, though, right? I'm guessing you were probably around like level 50 or 60 once you got to that point, or were you even like earlier level or something?
Probably. Usually when I play easy, and I just go straight to the story. I usually don't do any side quests. I'm just like average gamer. I don't really look into like, you know, getting all the trophies or things like that. I just clear it, and that's it. It's just for like entertainment.
A little too rough for you?
I understand. I know a lot of people who share similar views, so I hear you. I hear you. Like particularly when it came. So with Tales of Destiny PS. Oh no!
I think we're still in the
Tales of
clear.
Destiny PSX did not have difficulty options, if I
So
recall
let's
correctly.
make with the getting inside.
Oh, I don't think it did.
Why do you
Yeah.
think the hunting blades would be after
Because I
Judith?
think that was the last game to have it until Fantasia
If they're
PSX
looking for
opted to
Epithea,
add it
maybe
in.
they want the dragon she was riding.
So you went really hardcore
She's
with
an
that. I still
Epithea.
can't believe you
She
went
might
super
become an
hardcore with
Epithea
Leon.
like Belius.
That's really impressive. Still, I'm still
when
trying
he
to process
dies.
that. That's gotta be like a grinded like level 40, right, or something along those lines.
Which means Harry's
I don't
request
even
wasn't the
remember,
only
so
reason
I-
they wanted to take
Let me think.
Melius
I was
down.
probably
They want those Epithea
9
something
years
bad.
old that time. I don't remember.
Judy,
Yeah, that is a fairly long time ago. I hear you. I
Judy
hear
might be
you.
in trouble. But we should help the
So
Dawn
Tales of
Yes.
Destiny PSX is your favorite. That
especially with those two charming
you know what?
ladies in there.
I said it out loud. That this reminds me at the same time, like when I was at Azalea Con a couple years ago, and somebody told me their first game was Tales of the Tempest. Like,
Sure.
that's the kind of excitement I'm kind of feeling right now. It's nice to see the different kinds of people that like come for the community and whatnot.
I'm just worried about Judith.
Yeah, honestly, I started
So you'll be
playing
going to
Tales
Mount
mostly to get like stress relief from
Done.
university, doing all those courses. Sometimes I just want to like not look at a textbook, or
Let's move.
I don't know. I just hated not having anything else to do other than study. So that's
She'd be
when I
upset
started
if
playing
left Dawn
Tales.
like this to go looking for her.
How many did you play through? Like you mentioned Destiny, you mentioned
Just hear her
Symphonia, there's
saying,
Vesperia as
"My,
well.
what did you think you were doing?"
Let me check. I don't actually remember. Was
Don't worry about that, lady. She's
PSN
tough.
profiles?
All right,
Nah,
let's get the old
website's
Dawn
really
out of this
useful.
place.
Yeah, my PS,
Looks like we
my
found one more
PS
thing we can't
and
ignore.
or my trophies account should have a record of that.
All right.
Hey, it's loading. It's loading. Just Tales of Destiny PS1 I remember clearly, but the other ones I just like rushed through it just to get from beginning to end.
Right.
Okay, trophy cards. Go to profile. Okay, I'm just gonna type in Tales. Okay, let's start at the bottom. So, in 20...
Look,
Let's see, the earliest one I have is
That's the Dawn?
2014. So, Tales of Cilia, I did that in, I cleared it in January 2014.
Didn't you say Leviathan's Claw would never try
Okay,
something
that
like
was,
this on man?
I remember that one. That one was fun because I started off with
The Dawn's the
Mila,
one that started
and
all this.
I only cleared it with her. There was the other option for that guy, I think Jude. I never did his.
Just where do you think you're
You
doing
started
here,
with
you damn
Mila's
fools?
side.
Bring it your
Wow.
Yeah, she uses a sword. Like, why would I pick someone that's a fist fighter?
I really should thank you for such a heartrending performance.
that's pretty much the reason why they added Mila. For those who don't like the fist fighters for the lead hero. Sorry, Legendia fans.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Yep. And then after Tales of Cilia, I cleared Tales of Grace's F February 2014, so a month after. And I did not like Grace's F at all.
Oh, none at all.
Not at all. And the funny thing is, I'm looking at my trophies. I have way more trophies for Tales of Grace's F than I do for Cilia.
Maybe the trophies were easier to pick up, since I'm probably presumably like played it like maybe once and never again, or something
Yep,
along those
that
lines.
was it. Yep,
I
just
see.
once, and that was it. And after that, March 2014, the next month, that's when I did Symphonia. That's when I cleared Symphonia, and I did pretty well. It wasn't too bad. It looks like I got a lot of the trophies, and yeah, it wasn't really a bad experience either. It was pretty good.
It's good to hear that you like that one.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The next one I did was in July 2014. So it looks like I did something in 2014. I just played all the games all at once for whatever
Nice.
reason. Yeah, so July 2014, I cleared Tales of Symphonia: Dawn of the New World, also on PS3. And I
What do you
like
think
that
about
one.
That's good.
I like
That's good.
that one. I like that one. It felt like Pokemon, and
Yes.
and now I'm starting to remember now. This one actually looked good on my TV. It felt like very smooth. It felt like it wasn't choppy. I think it might have been 60 frames per second, but I don't remember. But I remember it was really smooth when I played it.
Nice. I think the thing with like Dawn, like you hear a lot about this in like the online communities and whatnot. The biggest thing that people really don't like about Dawn is that they keep trying to connect it with Symphonia 1. And I feel like by itself it's an okay game. Like it's good. It's just that people they often relate it to Symphonia because it's connected as a sequel. And when I visited 6 years ago, I didn't think it was as bad as people had been
The
calling
Dawn would be
it
crazy
personally.
to do this alone.
Yeah, it was fun for me, and to be honest, I just went from beginning to end. I didn't do any side quests, so maybe they were mad for other reasons. Who knows?
I can tell you, as somebody who has seen the community since when
Where's
Dawn
the Dawn?
was released, people had a lot of knee-jerk
gone after
reactions and they
Yuri.
never let it go. I can tell you that much.
Let's go.
But that's cool that you like Dawn. I do like meeting people who genuinely like the games that like people in the community don't generally like. But after Dawn, what came next?
After that, let's see. The next one on my list is Tales of Vesperia 2, but I got no trophies for it. And you know what? I think I dropped it almost immediately.
Oh.
Yeah, I dropped it almost immediately. I remember it was because that main guy, he didn't talk at all. So I'm like, you know what? Forget it. I'm done.
Would it appeal to you if like the character, you had the option for the character to speak after you finished the game once?
Nah, he was a little too quiet for me, so I was like, nah, I'm not gonna go through this. And again, I thought it was gonna be like a continuation of Tales of Vesperia, which it kind of is after the YouTube videos that I saw, but it didn't feel the same.
Yeah, in terms of the story, yeah, it's definitely like another case where it's more fixated on like. Actually, did you see the side quest of Vesperia 2?
Nope, haven't. I just dropped it and never looked back. And I was probably graduating, or I was probably doing something else, looking for jobs, things like that, so I don't think I paid attention after that. I still have it. I bought the collector's edition, I got that pocket watch, and I have that little cat doll plushie thing. It's still sitting on my shelf, so...
You bought the collector's edition and it's still sitting there. I think that might go for like maybe 120 Canadian, maybe, if you're looking to resell it.
Probably not. I'll keep it for now, just in case if it goes up in value, but nah. And the funny thing is, the stopwatch that I got with it, it wasn't really a stopwatch. When I opened it, it was a mirror. And there was a warning inside that said, this was made with materials known to the state of California that causes cancer. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna touch it anymore.
Wait, no,
Yeah.
I didn't.
They had
see
warnings
that.
all over it. And in the pocket watch, I think it came with like a little black bag or something like that, and it just had a warning that this thing was created with materials known to the state of California that causes cancer.
I missed that. Holy smokes! Good eye.
Yeah, I just left it there. I didn't touch it. It's still in the box, so who knows? Maybe it's cancer leveled up or something. I'll just leave it.
Yeah, after hearing that, I'm thinking back of the amount of times I touched mine. Maybe I should probably leave it alone a bit too. Holy smokes! That's Thank you, pnvnd, for letting me know.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, it's just the state of California. I don't think Canada has recognized it as a cancerous material, so I guess we're kind of safe. Otherwise, I don't know. I think California thinks a lot of things cause cancer, so who knows?
I don't know too much about the states, but sure, who knows? I guess. So after Vesperia 2, what happened next?
Let's see. On my list, I see Tales of Hearts R, and that's December 2014.
Nice.
Yep. And I played about maybe, I guess, 10 to 20 hours-ish, and then I didn't touch it after that. Until recently, when we had to look at Tales of Innocence R, see how common they are, how to get the English over to the other game. So yeah, I haven't touched it for a long time.
Fair. I'm guessing like the gist of it was more so like, cause like I've been taking a peek at the server every now and then. I see like the progress posts and whatnot. Like, it was cool that you guys were able to like get like the menuing like down pat. Cause I noticed that was a bit of an issue at first within the first couple of days, but you guys really work really fast. Like, it's very impressive to see the progress to go that quickly. Sorry if it seems like I just have like nothing but positive things to say, to be honest, because you guys really. I've been with the Tales community for like online community for a long time, and we've done like a lot of waiting. So to see like visual progress like that is something I'm not used to. Like, I'm not used to the speed that you guys are all working at, essentially.
Yeah, it's more the same for me, because when I was into the Tales series that time, I was checking websites for patches for other games, but they just don't come out. And when I try to volunteer, like, no one really wants my help. You know, I can't program, can't translate, so what good am I?
Yeah. It's good that you were able to like help out like the productions of Lifebottle Productions so that they could move forward and whatnot. Because you know, I was gonna save this for when Lifebottle Productions does show up, but I do see them in the chat. But essentially, like I'm seeing like friends of mine who aren't even like super active in Tales of anymore. Like they started saying, "Oh, I'm playing Tales of Destiny DC," and I'm like, "Whoa." The last time I heard you talk about a Tales game was Symphonia like 10 or 15 years ago, and you're talking about it now. It's really cool. Like, you guys are doing a lot to help out with Tales of in general, is what I gotta say.
Yeah, and I understand. Things happen, people have, you know, other priorities. Now we have COVID, so people have to deal with other, you know, family important stuff. And the whole reason why I made this open source is so that in case, you know, if I catch COVID or if I get run over by a bus or whatever, someone can continue the work. So hopefully, if anything happens to me, that the project can still continue, because all the code is there, all the scripts that I've used or that I've taken a look at or written notes for, it's all on my GitHub, or at least on the Lifebottle's GitHub account now. So anyone can contribute to it, anyone can make changes, improve it, or anything you want, basically. It'll never be like dropped completely. The progress will always be there.
I never dreamed you'd try anything this risky.
I've never heard of the idea of open source happening in the community at all with projects like this. So the moment I started to hear about open source, I thought this could really help out in the long run for the community, because we have to look out for each other, right? That's what the community stands for. Yeah. It's really good.
Yeah, we can't just have like one or two groups monopolize, you know, all the translation works. You know, it's gonna discourage other people from starting any like projects or any like hacking projects on their own, right? I think more people should be involved. That's why I left the tools open and available. And for the most part, it's working. Like, even if it's open source, it's not like you can just, you know, vandalize, delete stuff. Like, there's backups everywhere, and there's no way it's a bad idea. Open source is the way to go. You know, unless Bamco lawyers come after me, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a story for another day for sure. Like, honestly, patches have been an ongoing thing for a while. There's nothing wrong with patches. Like, you just back up your games legally. That's all you gotta do. Like, I backed up my Tales of Fantasia. I played Fantasia Productions. You just have to do it the right way. There's nothing wrong with patchwork. Nothing wrong with patchwork at all.
Just how you figure coming down here be the smart
It's just
thing
in the
to do?
past, almost no one left their source code available. So that was pretty hard, because when I heard Absolute Zero, they just dropped the projects, everything was just, you know, gone. Like, it was that was when I really started with Destiny DC, just figuring out how to use the tools and just getting everybody else involved so that we don't have to wait another 10 years for a patch.
Yeah. Tales of Destiny DC. Wait, did you play the DC? Well, obviously you did, but I mean, like, casually, like, on your own time. Did you actually go through it?
Huh?
I did. Maybe I got about halfway-ish, and then other priorities happened. So no, I didn't. I still haven't played Destiny DC from beginning to end yet. Just enough to like troubleshoot the issue when we were making the patch.
Huh.
I see.
So
I see.
Patty's guess was right on the mark.
And speaking
Yeah,
of,
I'm
like,
the worst Tales fan.
As his relative, I bet you must have
you
suffered
just
quite
said
a
that you
bit
beat
over
Tales of
Humphrey's
Destiny
infamous
Leon
insight.
without any internet help. I don't think you're the worst Tales fan. I'm gonna say that right now. I can't
That was
even
when
do
I was
that.
a kid, man. Now it's like, you know, either work or die.
I don't think we should be measuring Tales fans of what's good or what's bad. As long as you play the games, you're a Tales fan. That's all I'm going to say right now. Those who judge otherwise, they have different priorities altogether.
And I ain't gonna know about that now either.
Yeah. So I was more so thinking, like, so I only went into that because of, like, we were talking about Hard Star and Innocent Star and whatnot. Was there anything else you wanted to dive into with regards to your chronology of the series?
Can't rightly say.
I am not. Well, in general, I think a lot of people know, I don't actually like a lot of the Tales games. It's just Tales
Okay.
of Destiny and Tales of Vesperia that I really enjoyed. The rest was just whatever, just time wasters or something to fill my void. I just want to beat up some monsters, get some stress out, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
Just
I
what
hear
is an
you.
apatheia anyway?
So with Vesperia being like on the same level of Destiny for you, what are the big takeaways you got from this game?
I like Yuri a lot, so I think did you pass that part where some murder happened?
Yes, we passed through 2 murders already.
Okay, yeah, that was when I started liking the game a lot. He was different
Wait.
from the other protagonists because
We should think
he
about getting out of
just
here too.
you can't just do things by the law or do things by the rule book. You know,
let me
even
try
though
and buy the
it's
old
the
man
right
some
thing to
time.
do, sometimes you just gotta kill off people so they can stop hurting others. You know,
Come
how
on.
many more people have to
we
suffer
better.
before justice is served? So that's when I really got to the game.
Yeah. So I'm more so thinking about this then. Like, if that's your impression about Yuri, what do you think about Flynn?
When I played the Xbox 360 version, so I never actually got to use him as a character. As just seeing him in the story, he just seems like an average Tales hero. I'm glad he wasn't the protagonist. I would rather Yuri be on the spotlight. He got all the attention he deserves. Flynn, I don't know, man. He's too normal hero-ish. I guess that's okay, but I'm on Team Yuri.
Team Yuri, yeah. Team Yuri or Team Flynn. There's no middle ground.
I actually like Estelle too because she uses a sword, right? Like at the very beginning, you have 3 characters: Yuri, Estelle, and Rapide. They all use some kind of blade. It's not like they're using their bare fist or some weird weapon. So yeah, I really like having like female characters with a sword. It's pretty nice.
Wait. You really don't like fist fighters, do you, huh?
No, I don't.
Oh. Okay.
I don't like gun users either. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know, man. If you have to me, if you have a gun, it's like automatic win. Even though the damage numbers aren't the same or whatever, it just doesn't feel right. If you have a gun, it should be like a one-hit KO, basically, for me.
Oh, don't play Residence of Fate. I'll tell you that right now. If you ever hear about that game, step away. Step away. It's not the game for you. But yeah, that makes sense though. I see where you're coming from. Oh no, Tales of Innocence has it too. Uh-oh.
Yep,
That's why.
yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
I see now. I get it. Oh jeez, I'm getting comboed really bad here. Oh, okay. So it's Yuri mostly. Like, was there anything else? Oh, you did mention Estelle, but that was like more so weapon. How about like characters, like and their arcs and whatnot?
Let's see. It wasn't breathtaking. It's just like more of a story. From a story point of view, I think the story for Vesperia really got to me. Only the part when Yuri started like murdering off people, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, the rest was just normal Tales, whatever I expected from before. Just beat up monsters, save the day, and that's it.
Based on like how you're looking back at Tales and like you mentioned Final Fantasy, would you call yourself like a JRPG enthusiast then?
I'm not really an enthusiast. Like I'll play, like I'll avoid games like shooters, puzzles, and things like that. I do like tactics games, so Final Fantasy Tactics. My favorite game was
The Dawn would be
Tears to
crazy.
Tiara 2 that came out for the PS3, and I played that for hours, multiple times. Like, those are the kind of games I enjoy. But Tears to Tiara 2 was special to me because it was like basically
I think it's about
a tactics game, and you have the visual novel elements to it, and the story was just, it just made me cry at a few points, so,
Really?
yeah.
I haven't heard of that game. Oh my gosh, that's a game that I haven't heard of. Maybe send me a link of what it is, and I'll look into it then.
Yeah, I'll send it over. It's just a regular tactic game. You don't really, well, you kind of
I got
have
a
to think.
bad feeling
You don't
about
have
this.
to. I played
should
on
get back
easy
to
because of the
Dogrist.
story, but I played it mostly for the story. And the voice actor, for the protagonist, it's Kirito. the guy from Sword Art.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it was all in Japanese, so it was really, really good voice acting for me, and the story really got to me. It was, it felt kind of like Clannad. I don't know if you watched that, but it's one of those animes, and it just made a lot of people cry, and I felt the same way with Tears Tiara 2.
Alright, alright. I'll see if I could look into that then, because, yeah, SRPGs are kind of my thing a little bit. I only really started getting back. Trying the genre again, thanks to Fire Emblem, really, at the end of the day. But I'll look into that if I can.
Yeah, that's one of the few games where I actually replayed a bunch of stages to get, like, you know, everything perfect, and it was super enjoyable. At least that's for me. I like tactics-like games. Not too much action RPG, not too much of the Final Fantasy either. It's just there because I like the story, but Tears to Tiara was awesome.
Alright. So, you were very complimentary of Yuri. You're not a fan of Flynn. Did you get around to watching the Vesperia movie?
Vesperia movie? Was it like the prologue where I think where Yuri and Flynn, they first started at their night training or whatever?
Yeah.
And then Rapide was just a little puppy. He belonged to their, what was it, captain? Whatever he was?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I seen it. That was probably a long time ago. Super long time ago. I probably don't remember what happened, but I remember that was where Yuri met Rapide, and he was still a small puppy.
So the price Don mentioned after the battle
I think that's like usually what a lot of people remember first. Puppy is there, the adorable little pup, and then after that, maybe it might have been more of the dynamics between Yuri and Flynn.
Taking down Jaeger wasn't a problem.
No, he can't do that!
So now we're gonna get into the point where the Don is gonna pay for his crimes, even though he tried to put matters in his own hands. I thought the Don was a cool character too.
This thing could go off at the drop of a hat. And if it starts, it'll mean all-out war between the Union and Palestrale.
I'm not sure we have the time
let's
to
see
find
here.
some other way.
So it was hard start. There was a lot of chronology after that. Destiny PSX. Oh, speaking of Destiny PSX, do you know the one thing I really liked about Destiny PSX? There was like the one minigame where like you're playing Galaga. That's probably one of my favorite highlights of that game.
Nice, nice. I didn't really play too much of the minigames. I think the only one I really played was the one where you had to run around the city.
Right.
And I did that to get a thief cape. I remember I had to do it to get a thief cape so I can level up some of my other characters, get them to beat some other bosses, but yeah, that's pretty much all I remember.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. So it's more so just like the story playthrough from the start to finish then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's mostly Yuri, and other story elements are story elements. Yeah, honestly, because like I keep mentioning this a lot about this game, because the only things that really got to me were like the justice elements between Yuri and Flynn. I know I joked about the Team Yuri, Team Flynn thing. For me, I think they're both pretty much like on the same level, personally. Like, they both have their pros, they both have their flaws, but they both work together and complement each other. That would be like my perspective on how I accept both characters. Like, one can't live without the other, if that kind of makes any sense.
Yeah, makes sense, totally.
Yeah. Yeah, you could call me a normie or whatever, like with regards to my perspective, but I think like both sort of like have their pros and cons of not being. And if I could pick a side, maybe I'd lean slightly towards Flynn, but otherwise they both pretty much have their pros and cons that I appreciate, essentially.
We're so grateful for everything your darling grandson's done.
And I'm just looking at my trophy list here. After Tales of Hearts R, I didn't really touch Tales much afterwards. So Tales of Vesperia came out around, I guess, November 2015, I guess. I got the collector's edition for that as well. After playing it for maybe 2 or 3 hours, I dropped it.
What was the cause that dropped it this time?
Idiot.
It was not because of the Alicia stuff. It was because he's basically talking to ghosts. There's like, I guess,
Oh,
it's kind of weird. He's like he's talking to supernatural beings, but no one else could really see him do that. So it felt kind of strange to me as well. It's like
It would be my honor.
this guy has like problems or something. You know, I couldn't relate to him having like imaginary friends.
That's fair. That's fair. I hear you. Yeah, I can see that being a reason for sure. And I'm guessing after Vesperia, you moved on to Vesperia?
You too.
Yep, I did, and I played it more than I did Zestiria. I think I played at least 30 hours-ish, and then not too sure what happened. That was last time I got a trophy was in 2017 February, so probably maybe I guess work related. Couldn't play games anymore or something like that.
Forget that attitude, boy.
Yeah. But didn't so you got 30 hours in but didn't quite finish it. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I didn't finish that at all. I bought the PS4 version and I still have it. I was trying to connect it to my PS Vita for remote play. It looks like it works okay, but by the time I started playing it, I'm like, I don't remember the story anymore, so I gotta start over.
Yeah. Oh man, when it gets to that point when it's like you forget something about a game and you haven't played it for so long, it does make you think about the RPGs and whatnot, like in general. Like it's hard to revisit them without thinking about, I have to start over again.
Mm-hmm. All the combos that I set up, I don't remember why I set it up that way. I'm like, why did I even do this?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it usually ends up. Oh man, I remember it always like jumping between Tales games before. I learned afterwards when I wanted to revisit them all. It's not a good idea.
Taking the Dawn's passing pretty hard too.
Yep, always have to start over. Well, except for Destiny PSX, that one I basically have most of it memorized, so I can play at any location.
Huh.
I see. So you still remember a lot about that game. That's good. That's good.
She might be in the
Yeah, I spent way too much time on that game. I should have done other things like study programming. You know, maybe we have like a better patch by now. But who knows? I'm still studying programming now, but it's super hard.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I hear bits and pieces about programming and development from some friends of mine, and it's like, yeah, I'm not really the dev type of person, but the stories that I hear and about crunch time specifically, it's like, it's pretty rough.
He'd made.
I can only imagine the stress that comes with that. But you are also helping out with Tales, so I'd say you're doing something. Like, from my perspective, I'd say you're doing something, but you believe what you want to believe.
And he was willing to stake his life.
I'm not really creating anything, just putting existing things to use, I guess.
Choices.
Right. I hear you.
I've got to get these things figured out.
So I am going to drop off soon, but before I do, I just want to shout out to the Temple of Tales team. They are the Tales of Russian translators, and they basically provided me with a lot of the tools to get Tales of Destiny DC and a lot of the other games out. So shout out to them, Temple of Tales. Check them out. I'll send you a link later if you want to check them out.
Yeah, for sure. I do remember Temple of Tales because they were around for about like 10 or 15 years, if I recall correctly. They've been around for a while, so I definitely do remember them. But yeah, I believe it's like, just search Temple of Tales, and their web address ends with RU, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, if you find a website that ends with that, it's definitely something to look into.
Yeah, I think it's like temple-tales.ru, and yeah, I used a lot of their patches to figure out what to do for the existing patches. So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, exactly. So you said you were going to head off soon?
Yep, I'm heading out. It's almost 9 p.m. Gotta get my beauty sleep, get some rest.
I understand. Well, yes, thank you very much, pnvnd, for taking the time to chill me for a little bit. It's very much appreciated, and you are a very good Tales fan from my perspective. You have a good night.
Thank you. You too. See you.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye.
Adios.
The Dawn and all the rest of you'd all made up your minds and did what you could.
All right. So now, during that, we did run into the execution of the Dawn, and Carol here was affected the most out of everybody. And Yuri, with this older brother instincts, starts to kick in again. It shows more of their relationship and whatnot. It's very nice to see.
But they might be done talking and just attack anyway. When I thought that, I was too scared to go alone. So I ended up not going at all. I'm not good for anything.
What about Judy? Weren't you gonna look for
Oh yeah,
her?
and we did just come from the Manor of the Wicked, so there were a lot of cutscenes that were spoken over and whatnot. But essentially, the Manor of the Wicked was where Leviathan's Claw was like, and thus when the Dawn tried to take matters into his own hands with regards to Palestrale, with the Palestrale incident, like everything basically went downhill here, and poor Carol's taking it the most. This adds a little more to like why, like, when people don't particularly like Carol's character, like, I don't know, like Yuri and Carol really do complement each other really well. They really help each other to grow, essentially, and this is one of the moments where Yuri starts to shine.
He's been a role model for me. And now he's not around.
So you're just gonna pack it up and quit? Just what was it that Dawn died for? You, of all people, should know the answer to that.
You can always do everything you want, Yuri. You'd never understand how I feel. I'm not tough like you.
Yeah, like, that's a good point, Symphonia Lauren. Like, Carol is definitely one of the good child characters in the game. Like, oftentimes, like, I mentioned this before, where it's like a lot of Tales of characters, like, when they're a child, they don't particularly act like a child. Carol is certainly one of them, that's for sure. And, I want to say Elise is up there as well. Same with the, Elle. Elle is the most accurate child I've ever seen.
Brave Vesperia will go on,
Carol.
even if you don't. This guild is more than just you now.
I mean, now the guild is just only amounted to Yuri and Rapide. I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest fan of Genus.
I don't want to.
I'm not the biggest fan of Genus. I played Symphonia so many times, I ended up not becoming a fan of Genus at the end of the day. I know Genus has his fans, but I ended up not really becoming a Genus fan. Mao is fantastic, but I kind of want to talk more about him. Like, it's hard to really talk about him without getting into a major spoiler, but all I gotta say is that I really appreciated Mao's story and basically the entire cast of that game. Like, Rebirth is one of my favorite casts in the series. They're on the same level as I would say with Tales of Legendia. Both of them have like casts that are like my favorite and are very, very much teams that I attach to.
Very nice to see you both.
Jaeger.
You've got some nerve showing.
But I like how everything was balanced in Rebirth, and like how every character has like a similar attention to development.
I'm quite sure I don't.
It's just I really hope like one day there'd be a point where more fans would consider looking into it and giving it a playthrough and whatnot.
Yep, that's right. We just helped inform their decision.
Exactly. Understand, my little friends?
I'll give you something to smile about.
Oh, Yuri.
That's enough for today, I think.
Don't piss Yuri off, or else there could be a third death going on here.
Dawn's passing, after all. We're still in mourning, you see. The world lost a great man today.
Yeah, see, now things are starting to pick up more with Act 2. I know, like, Act 1, we kept talking over, like, a lot of stuff yesterday. But, because Act 1 just pretty much just set up everything for the stuff that are happening as we're starting to get halfway through the second act. Particularly, like, Jaeger here must have a very interesting relation with, like, the Union and the Guild in general. It's just, there's probably stuff that we're missing from, like, side quests that I didn't find the time to look into. But, yeah. I heard there was, like, it does, like, show some intriguing relations going on here.
You should leave before I change my mind.
It is not only you who are mourning this death, you know. Be seeing you then.
Even Jaeger is mourning the Dawn. I don't understand. Hadn't he been trying to get rid of Don Whitehorse himself?
The old man was a nuisance to Leviathan.
I really hope we get to the checkpoint that I'm aiming for the end of today, because again, a lot of the technical difficulties really slowed me down tonight. But we're gonna see how far we can get tonight. I might go for like maybe an extra hour or two, considering how long the cutscenes are. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
There was Jaeger the boss and Jaeger the person.
The Don did break his own laws and take the fight into his own hands.
Well, we should be on our way.
Alright, it's time to meet up at Mount
all right.
Tenza.
I told Rita we would be meeting her at the town exit. I also left a message at the inn for Patty.
I said he'll be fine. Let's go.
Oh, Bamco didn't redub that line, that's for sure. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna go back to the entrance. Then now we gotta head on out. Actually, yeah, okay, I know where I need to go before I head on out, basically. Oh, hi Rita. Sorry, I forgot to talk to you. Wow, I went past the point where like Rita's cutscene actually activates.
Where are Carol and Patty?
What is the deal with everyone worrying so much? What are both of your plans after this?
I'm going with you, of course. Like I said, I've decided to stick with you guys while I research the air credit.
Right.
Yeah, and that's for the stuff where
go with
we
you as well,
were shuffling
Yuri.
between the different themes again.
Now
We were
that
talking a
we
little
know
bit
the
about
hunting blades
justice,
are out
talking
to
a
get
little bit
Judith,
about
we've
the air
got to try and
crane.
help her.
We're not obligated.
Eventually,
to do
air cranes will
anything
definitely
for
be
her.
more explored in the third act, but
Judith
Act 2
shared in
here
our travels. She's
is starting
one
to
of
set up
us.
things for Act 3, that's for sure. But I'm only really more interested in like
She
the
also
justice stuff,
destroyed the
which
Ceres Blastia on the ship.
we do get little bits and pieces of, and I think a lot of it we mostly passed
not going out on any mercy mission.
like earlier with Flynn and Yuri
I
particularly.
told you I need to set things straight, right?
Yuri.
What does Judy know? What doesn't she know?
Oh
I'm
wait,
gonna
yeah,
see that she
we're
comes
going
clean
into the
about
mountain
all
of
of it.
plot
I
dumps
have
right
to.
here coming up next
To
in the
find
next
out where this
dungeon,
guild stands.
and it's gonna be
Well,
again more
we
set up
might
for the
just
third
end up
act.
Saving her along the way.
You two are worried
I don't know
about her.
too much about how I feel about the what is going to be explored in the next dungeon, but it was just
What are you talking about?
it was what it
We
was again.
might,
It's
is
just
all
more
I said.
adding on to more of the same essentially.
Anyway, with all this talk about setting the guild straight, is the fearless leader himself gonna come?
It'll take more than this to keep him down. He'll come.
Oh, Patty's here.
Did you have a look at what your grandpa left behind?
Here's a clear example of
Firmly in my
the
memory.
voice change between Troy Baker and Grant George.
So did it help you remember anything?
It doesn't look like things are gonna go quite so well. But I can't let myself get discouraged by something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it okay for me to be with you guys a little longer?
I don't
Oh
mind.
yeah, Patty does randomly
Okay,
leave, and
let's
now
go.
Patty's gonna come back again. Yeah,
What should we
Patty's
do
the
about
Mew
Raven?
voice.
He couldn't come now.
I think
He
I've
can't
mentioned
turn
that
his
like
back on this
Sandy
town.
Fox does a
They
great
lost
job
the Don.
coming into the role of Patty. So
probably
if
right.
ever I go back
The
to
old
Abyss,
man
I'm gonna
has his
only
own
look at it as
agenda
like
to take care of.
the Patty voice and the Mew voice now. But definitely do remember the Mew voice firsthand.
Think who you're talking about. That guy might just pop up when you least expect it.
So where is this Mount Temza anyway?
When does Carol show? Oh, I remember when Carol comes back.
My guess is that it's somewhere north of the sands of Kogor. She mentioned something about living with Baul on a mountain to the north of a desert.
There certainly are plenty of mountains in the northern regions of Desier.
Well, let's start there and see where it takes us.
All right.
We'll be going to Desert by ship. Looks like that's where I come in.
All right, let's head to the ship.
Oh, it happens twice. We flip-flop between Baker and George twice. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was, we were talking about it before, but basically, like, when it came to Patty, it was more like, I was thinking about other characters where they were added in their, like, ports or remakes or something. And, I mean, I'm thinking about, like, Kongwai and QQ. Like, they kind of do the same thing a bit in instances, but then they also added something where it's like, there was some intrigue in a Triverse thing. And then, when Gaul was in, Hearts R, they did try to add something there, which I didn't think wasn't even as, like, quite as egregious as it was with Patty, but it was still something where it's like, oh, it was more so the intrigue about what they set up with Innocence R, and then Tempest R didn't happen to wrap everything up, so it was nothing left to intrigue until Ray started to dive a little bit into it. So when I compare those characters to like a character like Patty, it's like, I think they were handled a little bit better, just an easy bit.
Please let me come too.
Of course. You're the boss of this outfit, Captain.
We've had characters out in the port since the beginning.
Yuri,
Oh, Suzu. Well, I mean, Suzu. I would put Suzu on the same level as like Flynn, because Suzu was around in the Super Famicom version, if I recall. It was just more so they needed to add an additional reason for her to be a party member. Like, I'm pretty sure you could go to Mizuho on Super Famicom. Though, granted, it's been a long time since I touched Super Famicom.
I'll just do my part.
I'm like thinking more like purely added on, like they were never talked about at all in the original game. Like I want to say like Suzu, Flynn, Chalcedony, they're all in the same category.
That's exactly what's so good.
And I think they kind of fit a little bit better because they were mentioned in the original story as well.
Yeah. Quite juvenile, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course Patty was mentioned in the Xbox version, but they kind of cut her out basically. And what they had planned ended up not really meshing too well. If we're going with that technicality, then yes, I suppose Patty would have ended up with the rest of them in that category.
Something wrong with my being here?
Well, don't you have your hands full with the Dawn's passing and everything?
They made Patty a hidden character? Oh, you know what?
So I ducked out.
I didn't play Destiny DC yet. I'll play through it eventually, but yeah, I guess Destiny DC, you know what, I don't mind being corrected on stuff like that. So Destiny technically did have Lilith if you Game Sharked her in, and I think there was like some more things about it where there was like some I thought there was like some kind of dialogue that was added specifically for her if she's in the party. Yeah, PlayStation 1 Lilith. And then she eventually, sort of became a thing in Destiny DC, which again I can't comment too much about how she was implemented in the story yet. I will get around to playing Tales of Destiny DC though, that's for sure. I think that's gonna be like my next game after I'm done with the marathon.
All right, we'll leave it at that.
Oh man, these kids today, I tell you.
Is she optional in PS2?
Traveling in
Aww.
a group is loads of fun.
That's unfortunate.
So lively.
This isn't lively, it's rowdy. Didn't I tell you that before?
I thought she was actually going to be like a main character sort of idea.
So now we can depart for Desier, right?
Jaeger and Don Whitehorse, yeah, they got a particular dynamic that I don't know too much about, but I do want to like see more of if like there's something in like side material that I missed, like some kind of side quest.
There's a Critian city there, if memory serves.
And why would you know something like that?
Well, I'm over twice.
I kind of really like Lilith in PlayStation 1 because she was nothing. She was all about like the martial arts that she did, and like she did like a Heihachi 10-hit combo from Tekken, but they kind of got rid of that when DC happened, and essentially, like, I was a little bit happy when they referenced it in Tales of the Rage, though. It wasn't the same execution, but still the same idea. I mean, she does get Raijin-Ken. I'll take her Raijin-Ken and Raise as a nice little nod more than anything else at the end of the day. Lilith is another character. Yeah, Lilith, she's not hard to get. She didn't contribute much? Oh, that's unfortunate. So she's basically like this, like the same status as she was in PSX, essentially. But I'm guessing you unlock her in the arena or something along those lines. Alright. If I recall, our mountain's going to be all the way here. I think it might be time to drop the last question of the day. Once again, the giveaways for the Tales of Marathon Stream 3 prize pack, which will include Tales of Arise Collector's Edition, Tales of Exilia Japanese PS3, Tales of Exilia North American Collector's Edition, Tales of Symphonia Chronicles Collector's Edition, and Tales of Vesperia Collector's Edition. So once again, go to bit.ly/TOMS3 giveaway for the rules if you need it as a reference. And the question is... that is not the question. Let's fix that. The question is... what is the name of Leviathan's Claw's Manor? Your timer starts now for 40 minutes. Let's go. Thought I'd bring in the question nice and early before we might go way overtime tonight, because I feel like it's gonna happen. It's gonna be a thing, that's for sure. As I try to figure out my way around here, I'm pretty sure there's like the path you gotta get around here. You know, I was talking about the Toys Valley mine before, about finding the Dongress entrance. This one is kind of on the same level of like locating, but eventually, I mean, Yuri did talk about it earlier in the cutscene, so you do have a bit of a reason, like a clue to find it. But basically, you gotta go all the way right over here to get to where Mount Temza is. But before Mount Temza, we're gonna make a quick stop at Jormungand and do some shopping. Don't think it's too bad compared to the mine? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. It is a little bit out there, though, but everybody remembers the Toys Valley mine, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's something in Symphonia you can't do. You can't dock anywhere. Unlike this game, you could dock at, like, any port. So it's not too stiff or, like, cryptic, I guess, is for lack of a better term. But yeah, it's certainly up there. I mean, it's certainly worse, I guess, if we look at it from that perspective. Okay, let's pick up the 5 melanges. Should be good. Is there any recipes we gotta pick up? Should be it. How are we doing for... I already put the ice coffin on for a star, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Ice coffin, let's check our skills. Yeah, I got it. Okay. So, I think we're doing a lot better in terms of money now. I don't think I'll be hurting too much anymore, because... am I counting my chickens before they hatch? Maybe. We're gonna find out once we get to the next area. Crimson Axe, I didn't quite get that, huh? I think we're selling here. Get rid of the Nova, we don't need that anymore. Jiraiya 1 Alpha, yeah, we're pretty much done with that. And, Pisca... yeah, let's get rid of this. And Mighty Guard, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Cool. What are we looking for here? Maybe buy some extra melanges just in case, and a couple panaceas. Let's check our synthesis. Ooh, we could get a special gel. Oh, I don't want to waste my specifics for that. Nerdy glasses? No, we don't need those. Anything here? Ooh, a ring cape. Nah, we don't need that for a repeat. We're not getting any of these, that's for sure. As much as I would like one. Anything here that we could take? Carolean? No. Wizard Horn? No. Nothing new we could get here. Pirate's Knife? Not quite sure. Okay, everybody's looking okay. I think in this next dungeon I'm moving in with, okay, I'm just going in with Yuri. Okay. Alright, keeping it simple. Keeping it nice and simple. I wonder if we'll get Tales of Destiny Chronicles. We'll see. Yeah, I don't try, well, believe what you want to believe, that's all I'm gonna say. I mean, I would love to have something like that, but I would rather wait until we have Bamco's word. I've always taken it as, like, don't trust leaks at all. Always wait until Bamco confirms stuff. Might be a little bit left from the AC from my perspective, but hey, I'm just speaking from my point of view. Okay, let's do a quick save right here. I don't know why I'm keeping all these 6 save files. I don't really need to keep them, but hey, let's go.
And here we are. Welcome to Mount Temza.
I feel
These are
like my
human
voice is
footprints,
starting to
right?
leave me though a little bit.
There sure
I hope my
are a
voice
lot
will be
of
okay for tomorrow, that's for sure.
Could it be the hunting blades?
That, or it might be the Knights.
Tomizawa did that PR interview though,
But
where
why
it's
would
like
the knights be here?
when, or was it an interview, or there were
Flynn
some
was
tweets
looking
with like
for
saying,
Apathea,
oh, if the
too.
newer games
If that's what the
do
hunting blades are
well,
doing
then the
here,
older games might come back, and it's like I heard that story a
then the
lot
Knights
before,
could be
so
here for the
I
same
don't know how to
reason.
feel about it. But Tomizawa had done some pretty intriguing things so far,
Why
as
is
far
everyone
as I
scrambling to
understand.
get their hands on Apathea all of a sudden?
It was so pretty, all sparkly and glittery. I'm sure it's incredibly valuable.
I don't think I'm looking
We
for
never had
something
the
like
chance to
a
get an explanation from the
remaster or
Dawn.
anything like that. Just give us ports. Like I know ports
She'll clue us in
are
on what she
harder than what they
knows.
seem,
Things might
but
clear
if it's
up.
not hard to do a port, then it would be nice to see.
Judy, I wonder if she'll tell us.
I don't know. It's up to her whether she'll talk or not. Of course, if she decides not to.
Yuri,
Hey!
Oh,
You
Patty.
guys, come look at this!
Thing is about
This
Patty is that
crazy!
I still like playing as her though. Patty's a lot of fun. Oh, Destiny DC on the Switch would be. Ooh. I need
the
any
heck is
Tales game to be
this?
on the Switch,
The
not just
mountain's been
Vesperia. Vesperia is
And
okay on the Switch, but it
could
does
have
have some
happened?
performance issues.
Is there really supposed to be a town here?
Well, it was here 10 years ago. That I'm sure of. But I can't vouch for what's happened since then.
10 years.
I think I made a
That's
tweet about
quite
it a
ways
long time
back.
ago. It'd be cool if
What
we
were
had
you
something
doing
like the Destiny games, like
well-
Destiny PSX, Destiny DC, and Destiny PS2.
That
No, Destiny
voice.
2.
is that you?
There's also like
Here's hoping
I
everything's
want.
all right.
It'd be cool if we had Fantasia Cross. Like I'm talking straight up like pipe dream here.
Let's
Like
hurry.
I'm allowed to dream, right? Like it'd be cool if we had like Fantasia Cross, Fantasia Narikiri Dungeon Cross as its own collection. Destiny Pachinko. Never bring up Destiny Pachinko ever again, please. Don't ever bring that up. Grinding that app was certainly an experience that I
seen
never
all
want to
of this
revisit
thing
ever
before.
again. All to unlock videos.
There's no way
Rebirth
this
port
could
would be
happen
cool.
naturally.
Like there's a lot of opportunities there essentially.
Looks like something exploded here.
Please don't bring up
Explosion.
Pachinko. Y'all
Are there
talking about
monsters that can
Pachinkos.
do
I ain't a
something
fan
like
of this.
They were, but those monsters were all wiped out.
What do you mean wiped out?
What you see here.
Legendia remake would be
battleground in the Great War.
fantastic. I still want my Tempest remake first though,
What?
but
Really?
that's gonna require a lot of work. I mean, okay with what happens with Raze, but hey, it is what it is, right?
So that means humans and Entelakea fought here.
But Legendia remake, that'd be
humans
quite the
were
dream.
victorious.
Holy smokes.
There were scarcely any survivors. The facts behind the war.
Give
are
it a better
shrouded in
2D battle
darkness.
system.
Not even the official government histories give many
I'm afraid
details
about like
what
the
happened.
character quests being dubbed because like
So
I don't
the
think they can get all the
Entelakea
actors
did
back,
this to the
but
mountains.
whichever casting company they get, it'd be pretty interesting to see
Terrible
how they
power.
pull it off.
the Great War. 10 years ago.
That must
Alright,
have
how
been
does
when you
everybody
were a
feel about-
baby, Patty.
How does everybody feel about the Great War and all that? There was some
This is the
intrigue to it
first
because
time I've heard
it
that
does
battle
sort of have some
sequence
effect to the relative characters, but again, it's just... Actually, we do learn more about the Great War in the third act as well. Maybe I should save my thoughts for them.
They've got a lot of secrets. You should know that by now.
Thought it was strange that monsters
Yeah,
would
you know what,
wage war
Symphonia
against
Lauren, you do bring
humans,
up a
but
good point. I think what they would
didn't want us
probably
to
do
know
is
was
like a
that those
Symphonia
monsters were
Chronicle
actually
scenario where they would like
Entelakea.
just straight port the
You sure
the
know a lot about this
PS2
stuff,
version of Symphonia over to PS3, so they'll probably do the same with like PSP version of
Come
Destiny
across a
2
lot
Armored
if you live
Bird.
long enough,
Like that's
kids.
probably the most like cost-effective
history
way,
lessons.
and I think
We
like
came here so we
more
could
so
live
the
in
Western
freedom.
audience will be more so enamored by the fact that they have it translated in the first place compared
Monster's
to
voice we heard just now. What if
the
they've already
quality
got
of
you
it.
cornered?
it feels like a way to sort of like rebuild the
Yuri's
fandom a little
really
bit
strong.
outside of
There's no way
Japan.
she'll go down easily.
Of course not. Besides, I've got to give that dragon freak a beat down.
It's gonna be a little bit unfortunate though, because like if the PSP versions were to come out,
Yeah.
it's gonna be keeping the screen a little bit crunched up, and I think like when I revisited the PS2 ones, I kind of liked how I had like a bigger screen, cause especially when I play Rebirth, there was something about like the tutorials being scrunched up at the top left while my character sprites were still really big. That was a little bit cluttered, just a little bit. Okay, Deadly Horn. Alright, let's see what we can fix up here. High Fatal Tension, Defend 2, Magic Art Plus. Yeah, pretty much what it was, but that was during a time when not Nintendo, jeez. When, oh shoot, how do I get, no, I can't get past this one, I think this is a mandatory. But yeah, there was something where it's like Destiny 2 and Rebirth both came out during the times when Bamco kept chugging out Tales of releases every single time. So I guess like they knew they could get away with like, oh, let's just do a simple port job while scrunching the screen and whatnot. Oh, I forgot to map Severing Fang. I love linking Shining Fang to Severing Fang. It's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I have a lot of tools to play with now. Holy smokes. Okay, let's play around with this a little bit. We need a... we don't have Concealed Wave here, do we? Yeah, we got it over here. I'm still waiting on some more Arcane Arts to show up. Destruction Field? I don't think we need that quite yet. Yeah, I got Ghost Wolf mapped. I think we should be good. Tales of the Wraith on the Switch? Yes, that is the dream. Like, for me personally, you could call me non-adaptive, but I really prefer playing my Tales games with a controller and buttons or something. Like, but I understand the appeal of like mobile market, especially considering how easy accessible things are, and it makes them money, so I get it. But that's another pipe dream. Man, I really want to play through the PS2 versions of some games personally, now that I think about it. Like, I would love to play Rebirth on PS2. I love to play Destiny 2 on PS2. The only reason why is I didn't really play the PS2 versions is because, like, it was much easier to record the PSP versions for posterity's sake and footage. Other than that, I definitely would have played the PS2 versions. Okay, I need to fight this guy. Because this guy is going to give us a drop that is very, very important.
Sorry, but you're going bye-bye.
It's just so close to what we need to have done for what we did before in the desert. We're doing both of these on the same day. I wonder if we could get it properly. Oh, no, actually, the thing is that I gotta do a green FS drop. So let's see if we can get that going just fine. If I don't get cornered like an idiot. Raise on the Switch like Genshin? Is Genshin on Switch? Can Switch run Genshin? I've looked into Genshin, but I didn't really look into it too much, but holy smokes, if Switch can run Genshin, that's insane. I always thought it was just like PS4 or something. I don't think we're gonna get a green FX drop. Oh, supported like Genshin. I see. Oh, what the heck? They all sneak up behind me with these like kills from out of nowhere. Oh, geez, everybody. All right, fine. Don't wait for resurrection. Let's just kill this mage first. He's causing a lot of trouble. Wait, Genshin's supposed to come out on Switch at some point? Huh. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Because, like, I knew some friends who wanted to get into Genshin, but they moved on from Genshin, but I wasn't particularly interested in playing it unless like I could have played it with a controller or portable or something. I think you could with Genshin, but then I learned eventually I'm not really a fan of gacha games in general or whatnot, so it is what it is. But Raids is an exception, that's for sure. So sour on gacha, yeah, I hear it. I mean, yeah, I might be old too, but hey, I'm just not a fan of gacha-based gaming, but I can understand why it exists, because it makes a lot of people a lot of money. And makes consumers lose a lot of money. But they're getting away with it, so it is what it is. Let me rephrase this. Maybe old in terms of like gameplay experience. I don't know what it is. You caught me in the corner. You got me. You got me.
Yeah, pretty good.
Did we get it? Did we get the thing? I was looking to see if we could get the Geostone, and we did not get it, unfortunately. All we got was an Airstone. Unfortunate. We'll get a chance to pick up a Geostone later, but I kind of wish we had got it earlier.
I was just thinking about what Judy said. Bowel saved me during the war. I just realized that maybe she was talking about the Great War when she said that.
There you go.
So maybe she fought
So
against
this-
the Empire with
Oh,
that
no,
dragon
this
freak
wasn't
during
voiced.
the Great
Yeah, it's
War?
weird that like a lot of these scenes were in voice, but
It'd be kind of sad.
because a lot of these unvoiced scenes are now voiced, it's letting the marathon go a little bit
Maybe
longer,
Raven can
unfortunately.
tell us. You fought in the Great War, didn't you, old man?
Huh? Why?
I think only someone who was on the scene would know so much about the war.
Really? But there weren't supposed to be very many survivors, right?
Very true. I thought I was gonna die back then, too.
I wonder how far I could take it tonight.
Things would have been so much easier.
We'll see.
too.
I might go for like maybe an hour or two,
If
maybe
only
3.
you died. What a
But
weird
yeah, the
thing to
cutscenes
say.
are gonna be taking their time, that's for sure.
So, did you ever see Judith during the war?
Again, I'm only really worried about timing wise when it comes to
No, not a chance. I may be a player,
this
but 10-year-old girls
this
are
game.
definitely off limits for
When
me.
when we get to Eternia and Berseria, there will be
Oh,
less
jeez.
of me worrying about timing and more just
And it sounds
there
like
it's
Judy
more
didn't
flexible with those
participate in the
games.
war.
Definitive Edition really added a lot to
Right.
to this
I mean,
game,
If it was 10 years ago, she'd be
especially because
mine.
everything is
That's
all
even younger
voiced.
than me.
I feel like I never saw Baul either.
Where the second arc is longer, the additionally voiced scenes
was
like
really the
add
Angela
on to it
Kay
too,
who
like
fought in
this
the
one
battle?
for example.
Yes, I guess so. Though at the time, we thought they were only a really terrible breed of monsters.
360 Vesperia versus Abyss,
You
they're
were really
both on
in
the
the
same
war,
level of
huh,
length,
Raven?
and that's why like when I did Marathon Stream 2,
That's
I was
cool.
so overtime with
I
Abyss.
thought only Imperial Knights fought in the war.
But then here they added Patty stuff.
Maybe I'll tell you more about it when you're older.
And some Dawn stuff too, actually, if I recall. Alright, we really did not pick up a Geostone from that battle. That's unfortunate. We're not gonna get a... What's it called? We're not gonna get a Limit 4 with a quartet? Yeah, Limit Quartet. I knew it was like something along those lines. Party's full, did I cook? Okay, I guess I did.
Man, could you be any weaker?
Don't get.
Alright, heavy bottom and a dead reed. Okay. Dead reed, what's your thing again? You must be like inorganic, right? Let's see what we got here. I want to see if I can speed up these encounters as possible. Oh, scale type. I think scale types are... Scale and inorganics have no weakness, but they're more... You get better bonuses if you do kill them with an FS. Oh, plant type. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, plant type, that means... Yeah, I gotta use, like, blue FSs. Shining Fang loops. Rinse and repeat. Oh, darn it. I wasn't in the correct axis. There we go. Yeah, Violent Pen... A bit of Violent Pen. Violent Pain is a really good spell. I don't think it comes back. Because it gets replaced by, like, Devil... No, Like, negative gate still overpowers it, as well with, like, Dark Visitor in Exilia, but then, like, they kind of just drop dark spells altogether after, Exilia 2, if I recall correctly. Oh, actually, no. We got Voidmire, and there's, another one that happens in Vesperia that I can't remember. But there are a couple that do sort of, like, just leave those behind altogether. Oh yeah, Bloody Howling, that's a good point too. Still no Geo, yeah. I want to see if I can hold up. Did I not scan them? I'm pretty sure I scanned them. Let's check the battle, no, not the battle book, the monster book here. Arangar. Never forget the Coliseum. Where is it? Is it not you? Oh shoot, which enemy was it? Oh, Ogre. Or Orge. Yeah, you can't steal. Oh, is it just an Airstone? Then where are the Geos? Oh, did I screw up my notes a bit? Okay, well, let's see what the fake has. Oh, Crimson Phoenix +1's gonna be perfect for repeat, though. BA Force FS bonus. Alright. What was the boss? What was my party for this boss fight? Oh, okay. Let's fix this up a little bit. There we go, and there we go. No, wait, what did I do? No, that's not right. There we go. Geostone is the next dungeon? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Voidmire is pretty much negative gate. It's the same animation for Exilia. Where's the starfish? Give me the starfish. Oh man, I love the Coliseum. I'm so glad we went through that at the very beginning of today.
There might be some treasure around here.
What do you think Judith would come here for?
Suppose it wouldn't make much sense to say she was feeling homesick.
Oh, you know what? Adding on to the whole, like, the rules of the guild and whatnot, like, again, I still can't believe how much I, like, undervalued, like, guilds in general when I first played this game. But I still, another example of how they use guilds as a platform to sort of establish their relations and their laws.
Go inform Tyson and Nan.
Here's another case of it.
Nobody lays a hand on one of our own. If she's broken our laws, we'll settle this amongst ourselves.
That's right, Joel.
Now get out of here.
Yeah, I'm going this far right now. I didn't even play any of those games. I do have it somewhere, but I didn't even play any of them.
Okay, this is getting us nowhere. Let me at him!
You're right. It's just a waste of time.
Almost every member of the Hunting Blades is named after types of bread. Huh, I never made that connection.
Is gonna be
what a good
taking
point.
A long nap.
Leave. Now. Or do you really want to do this?
Bruh. Troy Baker, it's just a JRPG game by Bamco. You don't have to go super hard. Holy smokes. He went in.
Yeah, we're here to settle things for the sake of the guild.
Judith, tell us everything you know.
Why you destroyed the Blastia, about the Apatheia and the Entelikeia, their relationship to Pharaoh. All of it.
Yeah, Yuri is scary.
Your answers will decide your fate.
Punish the unjust, was it?
JRPG game is
Honestly,
redundant?
I don't know if
that's
really
fine.
a good thing or not. You've already come this far. I suppose
What else
there's
is
no
there?
going back
There's an
now.
RPG game. There's
Come.
What are some other games I could think of right here? We're not finishing Act 2 tonight. That's for sure. We're hoping to finish Act 2 tomorrow early or at the start of the next part.
Dawn's last moments taught
After
me.
the first break tomorrow.
It's that I've been too soft. If a part is infected, you cut it off.
He even made the
before it
line,
infects
"Cat
the
got
whole.
your tongue" a
Even
little
if it's
bit
a comrade,
intimidating.
an
Cat
Antilochaea,
got your tongue.
or a friend.
Dude, to make "cat got your tongue" like intimidating, that's
Even if it's Flynn or
that's some
Sparrow?
good voice work.
Yeah.
That's the one that I want to remember. Intendu I already have. Yeah, I understand, but "cat got your tongue" is the better line. Nah, they're both pretty good. No, the other one's better. Let's be real. Why does Yuri have that mentality? Because, well, I mean, Judy really did break the laws of the guild. She's a part of the guild, and the guild is all for one and one for all, right? Oh wait, no, that's later on. Justice, it's something justice done, punish the unjust, something along those lines. It makes sense. Again, we need to understand the weights of the guilds in this game, and this is a part of it too. Judas is part of their guild. They have to deal with it. Grand Scepter. Fatal Exceed Immunity. Alright. Oh, I was gonna say, oh, look at all these people standing about and not noticing me, and my holy bottle just ran out. I'm not going for that one. Yeah, those technical difficulties earlier really did slow me down a little bit, but it is what it is. Tribal Guard. Sounds really useful for it. She's not really in our party just yet. Right, I need to go... Wait, no, I need to go this way first. Because we gotta... fight this thing.
I won't lose.
What if the experience with the Dom make him think the best thing to do is cut off when they're infected? I'm pretty sure there was a scene where he did kind of point that out a bit. I feel like that did happen somewhere before, but maybe I could be misremembering, but I don't think it's too ridiculous or out there. Let's not think more about the Dawn, but let's think more about, like, who Yuri is and whatnot. They're all going through a weird time right now, is basically what I'm trying to say. They just went through a huge argument. There's a Geostone. I wrote my notes wrong. Okay, I think this fake is going to be a bit of an issue here. Because I think this fake is a little bit higher leveled. Yeah. I mean, I could escape right now. We already got our Geostone, but I do want to get some of the bonuses we get from this fight. I think they're kind of important, if I recall correctly. Just keep doing Sonic Dog, not trying to be fancy because I want to save my TP. Granted, we are going to we're going to see a heal save plane later, but to be honest, when it comes to saving my TP and whatnot, I do want to be conservative because I have a habit of sometimes of wasting my TP to go all the way to 0, and I want to save my orange shells for something, like, good, basically.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, actually, Asbel Launch, you bring up a good point there with regards to that. Yeah, see, there's our Geostone. We got the Geostone from the fake. I wrote my notes wrong. Geostone is from the fake. Airstone is from that one enemy. Okay. So that will get us Limit Quartet, which is definitely going to be useful for later. Okay. Am I ready for this? Yeah, I think I am. This is an interesting gimmick fight, though.
So,
You are aware that this place was the ground on which the Great War was fought.
Yeah, we heard from the old man here.
The Great War was sparked by a type of Blastia.
What?
What version? Are we talking about platform or are we talking about editions? Because if we're talking platforms, I'm getting it on PS5.
This was not a Blastia that had
If
been
we're talking about
excavated.
editions, I got my own collector's edition coming in.
It had been constructed in the city of Temza using a new type
Got it,
of
yeah.
technology.
I'm going to be playing on PS5. I don't generally like playing on
Hermes
PC.
Blastia.
And I got rid of my PS4 for
Hermes
this
Blastia?
PS5, so I might as well use it for something.
I've never heard of it.
It's actually going to be like my first
And if you say
my
it was
first
newly
PS5
built,
game on my PS... Yeah, my first PS5 game is going to be a Tales game. I did not buy any PS5 games to commemorate this moment.
the Hermes models were even more effective at converting air into energy.
Oh, now we're learning more about Hermes
They were
Blastia.
intended to
Because
revolutionize the technology.
we're going to learn more of a
Blastia.
plot dump about the Blastias in the air here. Because
But
the Great
something
War
went
is
wrong.
all about... like the
Blastia
war
using
against
these
Blastia.
Hermes-type formulas
Like, I
required
eventually followed
massive
along with all
quantities
this,
of
but
air.
it's just more of the same about
The air
mana
crew
that you
began
hear in other
producing
games in
abnormal
general.
amounts of air in order to compensate. That would mean the end, not just of humanity, but all life on this planet.
I'm sorry to hear that, Aspelant. Yeah, I remember when Bamco were sending out those emails, I wanted to double check and make sure that my credit card information was correct, but for some reason I couldn't quite confirm it unless I had to re-update it for me.
Blastia before the humans, and they moved to destroy them.
Which created a conflict that grew until it eventually became the Great War.
So then the Angelicaea fought against the humans to help the planet?
Yeah, so this Great War is all about Antelicaeas versus
why didn't they
humans.
tell the
Antelicaea
humans
were
how
essentially for the
dangerous those
good.
Blastia were?
Humans were for evil. You hear this a lot in a
Neither
lot of
side
other
probably
Tales
cared
games.
much if the
Symphonia is
other brought
guilty of
itself to
this.
ruin.
Legendia is guilty of this.
There's never been any love lost between humans
Abyss
and
becomes
Angelicaea.
it.
Probably didn't talk much.
So it's pretty much more the same if you've seen other Tales
Or
games in
maybe
the
there
past.
was another reason. But what does any of this have to do with you, Judy?
Temza fell to the flames of war, and the technology of the Hermes Blastia was believed lost.
Wait, you mean there are still Hermes models
Rita
in
here really
operation?
pissed off though in the background. Like,
Yes.
one
the
thing
Ghost
I
Mansion,
couldn't really be
and
sold
the
on
Gosperos,
based
not to
on
mention.
how
The Ceres Blastia on the Fiat.
how Rita's presented is like how much she truly loves Blastia. I guess it must be a scientist thing, so maybe it's not as relatable to me, but her passion for Blastia, like, I see it, but it's just not
So
quite
then
as
you've
relatable
been
for me. But I get
destroying
it.
the Blastia
I
in
get it.
place of the Angelicaea.
What are those games guilty
could've
of? Like,
mentioned
we're
that.
talking about the Antelicaea in war against humans because
Why
humans
didn't
did
you
something
say
bad.
something? Were you
It's
gonna
something
save
similar
the
that you see in
world
like
all
games
on
like
your own?
Symphonia.
Are you
Humans did something
stupid?
bad. Legendia, humans did something bad. So, it's a very common thing between those games.
What was that?
Is that a side quest thing, Eclipse? Because I didn't get that.
Baul!
Ah, I see. Yeah, they keep that hidden. I get it.
Nan!
It looks like we found our mark.
You will not pass.
Chris was talking about how he liked Ty's voice. That never really came to mind for me personally. I mean, he is kind of cool, but at the other time, he's kind of like...
Didn't you
It's
get
hit or
the
miss for
news?
me with
I
Tyson,
said
personally.
Nobody lays a hand on one of our own.
So she got attached to science. See, that's something that I would like to see in the main adventure. Like,
You, Nan.
you get a hint of that in Symphonia, yet they don't really say it here for Rita.
I can't believe these guys. Such scallywags.
It's more like the games are all about, like, this game is like, it does have interesting characters, but then you don't really learn learn bits and pieces about them until you go into their side quests. Like, sorry, once again, I'm kind of more of like a character person than a world building person. It feels like this game is fitting in bits and pieces of each of them. By the way, I'm only nitpicking because I care. I still don't think Vesperia is I don't think Vesperia is a terrible game.
Monsters are evil,
I just think
and
it's
the Hercules
okay.
pursue that evil. But the Angelicaea aren't evil. They were fighting to save the world.
Don't let him fool you with that.
I heard
crap.
really good things about the Raven side quest. I remember even hearing about it like a couple years ago myself. Like I knew like there were some people that I saw that were like, oh, they really like Raven, something about Casey, and it sounds like a story that would interest me, but I never got around to looking into it. Alright. We gotta give Judith her new spear. Actually, no, she comes in with a new spear first off, so this is good for us to equip some new stuff. She even knows, like, combo plus. Let's see here. Combo plus. Let's get OL boost, Super Chain 4. Tribal guard. Oh, guard arts and item thrower. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, beauty, beauty. Okay. Okay, item thrower. What was the other one? Yeah, guard arts. Guard arts. We need guard arts. Yeah. All right. I think we're good though. I think we're good. Yeah, Raven side quest. Yeah, I could. That's one thing I'll go have to look. Is it voiced? Really? All right. That's pretty much like the only real time we really go up against the hunting blades. I know there's a side quest about it, but main narratives, it's pretty much the only time. And oh jeez, where's my other magic lens? I was about to do the Narikiri Deja Crossing where I accidentally do like an all divided set of magic lens. But yeah, the cool thing about it is that they both use arts where they're like very vulnerable, and you're gonna see great twice because of it. Basically, you want to make sure you hit them both when they're very vulnerable after a particular art, and you just go for it. Thing about it is that I've always known what Nan's was, but I wasn't 100% sure on what Tyson's was. Moonlight Blast. Oh, you did not finish the animation for me to remember what Moonlight Blast was. Oh, it seems more like a knockdown art, so it's good for like takedowns and stuff like that. Okay, so Moonlight Blast.
Don't blame me for what happens.
Oh, Raptor Ring in it. Yeah, I really forgot like what art it was for Tyson where he's like vulnerable essentially. Is this my first playthrough of Vesperia? Definitely not. This is I had a couple practices before today, and also before the marathon I mean, and also I just did a casual playthrough a year ago. So I'm a little bit more aware of it compared to when I first did the marathon a long time ago. Yeah, Nan gets her... Oh, he gets his fist stuck. Man, that's so subtle that I don't even see it. I don't know which art causes it though, but Nan's is definitely more intriguing, or more easier to see. There it is. I do have a spreadsheet where I set up everybody's moves, but my machine where I'm keeping my spreadsheet of the skills, I just ended up I stopped using because it ended up being really, really slow at the end of the day. Which, hey, it is what it is. You prepare for things, sometimes things don't really go your way. You know, it's kind of weird because, like, with my current setup for Judith, because her skills aren't particularly the best right now, I can't really fully use her optimally because I can only link, like, particular arcane arts after arts anyway. I want to, like, I've seen videos of Judith where she goes really wild. It's like, those are stuff that I want to, like, I don't even know how it happened, but way to go whoever is close to Tyson. Who was close to Tyson? Oh, it was Yuri. Thanks, Yuri. Yeah, let's keep our distance away from Nan before she sets up a Mystic art. I think it's the first fight where you actually do run into Mystic arts in this game. Maybe I'm misremembering something, because we have such a long distance between fights. Maybe that's why I'm not paying attention as much. Yeah. Like, I've seen so many cool things with Judith. Like, she is such a technically aerial character. It's fun to see people use her and whatnot. I just never really found the time to really do it myself. Someday, if ever I were to pick up Vesperia again, but I definitely do have the tools to lab and whatnot. Here's the thing with like Dawn Moon. I keep thinking it's like a red FS because Judith dies and goes up, but it's definitely a blue FS. Like my muscle memory thinks it's a red FS because of how it looks like. Man, Dawn Moon is really good for approaching and like interrupting and whatnot, huh? That's a really fun art to play with. Oh no, y'all, leave me alone, please. Oh, you're attacking my archer healer. Leave him alone. Oh no, you don't. Yo, when's that FS coming out? I keep using Crescent Moon and Dawn Moon, nothing's happening. Oh my gosh. There you go. I was waiting for that. Alright, can I get the finish? Oh no, not quite. Oh, Tyson, leave me alone. How much HP? 137? That's really small. That's like the equivalent of 1 in Vesperia. Raven, that was my kill. You didn't earn that. Yeah, Zagi doesn't get his Mystic Guard until the final fight. Run away, run away, run away. Zagi just had a weird skill in the Coliseum where if you keep casting spells while he's charging his Blastia arm, he heals himself. But then that's a part of the secret mission. You overload it to kill him. That wasn't me who learned it, but the AI totally did. I barely played Yuri as much as I should have. Well, as much as like a standard playthrough would. I'm appreciating Dawn Moon now as an art more. Ever since Chris told me to use it a little bit more. It's a very good approach art. I like it. It's like a sonic thrust in the air a little bit, but it has a launcher property. I dig it. It's more of a sonic. It's a better approach than like the New Moon Blade that I got. Who else would I have had to have a Mystic Art? Outbreaker. No, random Mook as we're going all the way up here. Alright, I know question is up. Manner of the Wicked. Simple question. You know, the trivia questions don't have to be hard, they're just simple. We're all just chilling and talking about Tales games. Plain and simple. Don't use pine gels, guys. Ah! That's the thing after a Crescent Moon, it's a bit of an intriguing timing with the FS. Don't use it. AI Yuri used the Shining Fang and Dragon Swarm? Hey, now you're playing as a casual player of this game. Don't use it, Yuri. I swear, if you use it, thank you.
Guess I overdid it a little.
You don't show mercy to your enemies.
Yeah, again, I apologize if like this game is very strict with like if you lose time, like in terms of getting things done. If I lost a bit of time, then I'm a little bit more serious to try to make sure things are all the way through.
I'm not done yet.
I just keep getting stronger.
Is Carol the first to get his Mystic Art? If his side quest is available. I don't know about his side quest, but the first Mystic Art that I get is like I believe Yuri.
I'm sorry.
And their bodies disappear. You can get it right now? Okay, then it's totally Carol. I'm definitely not spending time for side quests, that's for sure. Let's see what we got here. Ever Blue, that's very good for Rita. Light Magic was the one that I'm looking for. Light Magic I really liked when I was doing my casual run because in my casual run, I was really underleveled. As I would like Tales runs that I play nowadays, like I'm always underleveled, so I tend to like arts that or like skills that do less damage but cause more stuns. Like this one would help me with that because of the cast time. Oh jeez. Was this item worth it? What is this item? I'm pretty sure I made a note of it. Oh, it's a feather coat. Nah, I don't need armor. We're good. We should be fine. We should be okay. It's just armor. It's no big deal. Let's just have a talk with our dragon right here.
What's happening?
Baul is trying to evolve as an Entelekea.
It looks like he's suffering.
Oh, you're talking about Rita with Walter's costume? Heck yeah.
Baul, come on.
Is that what we're talking about here? Because Rita as Walter is still like one of the perfect matchups ever.
No!
I want to heal your wounds, but there's nothing I can do. My power is poison to you, isn't it?
Healing wounds.
That was a line that would make fun of
stuff.
for Estelle back then, but
What
now
do
I
you
just
mean?
feel bad for Estelle because she genuinely wants to help people.
Don't you remember Bellius's words?
Power corrupts, but you are different. Never lose that kindness, the compassion you so readily show to others.
Do they kind of look similar? What was
My
her other
compassion
cameo
for
costume?
others.
I definitely remember Walter. I completely forgot the other one though.
Your thoughts
Oh,
are really
Mao.
cool.
Yeah,
I'm sure
a
of it.
little bit. Just a little bit.
All we can do now is
I think
hope
the
for
hair is the
best.
big contention of it looking similar. Was that Mona Marshall who did Bellius? Cool, she did a great job as Bellius. Oh, it's this song. We haven't heard this since yesterday during Act 1 with Gatuso.
Amazing.
Good times, good times.
I knew you could do it.
Your partner seems like he's gonna be just fine.
Yes. Thank you all for helping to protect him. This is something I couldn't have done alone.
There are a few non-easy
You're one of
roles.
us. Of course we'd help.
I know, KP, you're gonna go off on like Mona Marshall's roles because I don't remember much of Mona Marshall's roles personally. Man, I forgot the reveal of Baul. Honestly, when like all the characters were like looking up at the ceiling, like you'd think like, oh, it's just gonna be like a zoom out of Baul, but then like it just cuts to, whoa, gigantic Baul. It's like, holy smokes, so huge, so huge.
That's up to Estelle to decide.
I'll go. It's been the purpose of my journey after all.
It doesn't even fit the screen. It's so. It don't fit with the song that's playing right now, but I understand. The dialogue is very serious, but I'm too distracted by the gigantic dragon behind you.
It won't be too long before the hunting blades send reinforcements. How about a change in scenery before they show up and spoil the party?
Oh, that's what you meant, Jay. I see, I see.
There's only one path down from here, though. We're bound to run.
Yeah, I
into
couldn't
them.
tell that was Mona Marshall at all. The voice of Izzy.
The skies
So
are
that's a
wide
very
open
that's a
above
very
us.
good job.
Have you lost your mind?
Get on. We'll fly as far as the Fiertia. We can finish talking once we arrive.
All right, to those of you who have been watching on YouTube, the rest of the marathon stream will be taking place on the main channel for the Tales of Marathon stream. Today has been a day for Twitch to not be used. I'll be going back there tomorrow. Ah, we now get our flying machine. Good old Entelekea Baul.
Judy!
Oh yeah, I think it's the point where we gotta talk to everybody again.
She's sleeping. She must be exhausted.
Yeah.
Oh, did I forget to update the oh, I keep forgetting to update the stream thing again. My apologies. I thought I got rid of it.
I bet she watched over Baul the entire time he was evolving.
There you go.
She probably didn't get much sleep.
Why didn't anybody warn me?
She probably had
Nobody was
idea
confused
when
by
the
that?
hunting
Okay,
blades would
cool.
attack either.
We just chilling anyway.
She was
Trying to-
putting up a brave front, but she must have been near the end of her rope.
She's just dumb. She doesn't know how to express what she's feeling.
And I'm really glad we're able to
We've
help
had some
Judy
pretty
out.
fun guest routes so far, though. I think
We can
like
finish talking with her
the
tomorrow.
only issue that we ran into were like the drop frames from YouTube because the server wasn't
In
really
fact,
cooperating.
I wouldn't mind a little
But
shout-out
now
myself.
now it looks like the server is doing fine, so it doesn't look like we'll be running into any drop frames from here on forward.
Oh, Yuri.
Sorry to interrupt while you were thinking.
Ever since I took Belius's life without meaning to, I've wanted to know what it means to be the child of the full moon, so the same thing doesn't happen again. I've always thought that it was my duty to know. But after what happened to Belius,
That's how everyone is. They do something, they learn. They do something else, they learn more.
you too, Yuri?
Yeah?
Maybe if I had known everything ahead of time, I wouldn't have made any mistakes.
There's only one thing I can say for sure.
What's that?
Maybe you wouldn't have made any mistakes, but it sure would have been boring.
I really wonder.
Am I getting Patty's ultimate RNG spell? Are you talking about Gamblecast? Unless, because like that's the only one I know. Unless there's something else that I'm missing.
So does an old man past his prime fit into the picture at all?
What are you whining about?
I don't think I'm
man?
getting
Why are you
critical
past your
moment.
prime?
I never even heard of it. Sorry.
What Judith was talking about before, Hermes Blastia, was it? Blastia created with techniques that should have been lost in the
I mean,
war
is that a
are still
side quest thing?
active.
Because if it's a side quest thing, I'm most definitely not getting
You
it,
know what this
unfortunately.
means?
I guess someone who survived the war brought
I haven't been
last
doing
year
any of the
those
side quests at all
techniques
as
back
we're
then.
going through this.
If that person was still using the Blastia, even though he knew it was harmful
All right,
to the Earth,
critical moment. What does Patty do?
someone like that would have to be.
I don't think I've ever heard of it or know what it does.
Old man, don't tell me you...
Hey now, yours truly was nothing but an innocent youth on the straight and narrow back then. I wouldn't do something like that even on my worst day.
Ooh, I mean, that sounds like something that I would love to play with, but
Just trying to trick you into
Vesperia
giving
is a
yourself
very
away.
tight game as
What a
is already,
slippery one.
unfortunately. But I wish I could if Vesperia wasn't as tight of a game.
Respect for your elders.
Don't fall overboard.
Oh, I'll be careful. Yuri, the world
Yeah, because like
sure
we're
is
practically
big.
nearing the tomorrow. The aim is to finish
Even though we're
Vesperia.
flying this high in the air,
That's the
still
aim.
can't see everything.
And I'm definitely going overtime tonight. So for everybody who's chilling, you don't really have to like stay to the very end because technically the like today should have ended like an hour and a will end would normally end like an hour and a half from now.
Are you saying
So if you need to leave, then I completely understand. I greatly appreciate you all just chilling.
I'm saying that I'm not
But
the only one who feels restless
when
and anxious not
I lost
knowing
like
the
maybe
truth.
I lost like 40 minutes because of
Everyone's
the drop
worried about
frames and whatnot.
something. Even you in this
And I was
world.
already a little bit behind when we were at the break
You think
prior
so?
to, so it added a little bit more
Isn't that why everyone's
of
here?
an issue with regards to timing. But we'll.
Isn't that why Judy came back?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Pardon me. My apologies.
Is that why you're
It's
here
more
too?
so like essentially
I don't wanna be
we.
alone.
We're gonna go as far as we can tonight and
You know,
see if
you're
we'll
being
be
pretty
past
honest
my
today.
expected checkpoint, or at least there at my expected checkpoint.
I'm always honest.
Was I trying for one part per day? No, it's more so like I knew Act 2 of this game I would not finish it today. But I was even much farther behind because of technical difficulties, and I guess I was just a little bit slower this time around. So 2 elements did not end up working too well, and Vesperia is a very tight game in terms of schedule.
Yeah.
So I'll be going overtime, but if you want to chill or not, it's all up to you. I'm here vibing until the very end.
She broke the guild's laws and betrayed us.
That's the thing I wanted to do though, because like I really wanted to like what are the words I'm looking for? Because like there's like a part 3 to the final boss, and it would have been like a cool add-on to this marathon, but I'm not fitting it in here unfortunately because of how long things are.
Judy is destroying Blastia because she knows it's the right thing to do.
But I've heard horror stories of the third form, and it's certainly amusing, to say the least.
In order to do something bad. I know this now.
It would have been very poetic too, because like first marathon, I didn't do the third form either. But oh well, it is what it is.
Oh yeah?
Maybe if I become a little more decisive, Nan will listen to me too.
Like, here's the thing. It is a side quest, like, I could have maybe fitted it, but then when I read what happened for, like, the 2 additional characters and how to prepare for it, I'm like, I'm not doing that. I don't do X dungeons in Tales games as much. And especially not for the marathon, so it's just, if it weren't for that, then maybe I could have pulled it off, but no, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
That Judy destroyed?
Yes, it's definitely cut with a different formula than a usual core. It looks like what she said was true.
See, Michelle Ruff is getting so, like, she's getting comfortable with the role. I told you all. She's getting better with it now.
To discover that the new technique you created was bad for the world, after what must have been years of research. I can't imagine how the person who created the Hermes technique must have felt.
Just needed time, that's all she needed.
What if it had been you?
If I found out that it hurt the Earth, I would have to do something about it. But I wouldn't destroy the Blastia like that.
I understand initial reactions are always going to be something people hold on to, but I try to, like, go on with life with saying, like, you know what, initial impressions are one thing, but hold on to a little bit of hope for what the initial impressions are.
If only things weren't so complicated. I could have just blasted her into oblivion and been done with it.
Alright, I think we spoke with everybody right now. It does make me curious to see, like, how I would, like, react to the third form. Like, I've heard stories, but I don't know how I would react personally.
Morning.
It's a beautiful morning, but even as we stand here, the air is out of balance. And our world may already be dying.
Third form is definitely a boss.
That's right.
Judy!
Well, look who's feeling better.
In the past, these slight fluctuations of the air have not negatively affected our world.
More backstory on Era,
There have
everybody.
always been beings who maintain the balance.
I don't
by
think
sensing
Symphonia
changes
goes
in
this
the
far
airflow.
into mana.
Beings like
They do a
Pharaoh
little
and
bit.
Balul.
They definitely do
The
go into
Intercade.
plot dumps about mana, but there is a lot about
the
air
Intercade are responsible for keeping
in
the air
Vesperia.
balanced.
For ages, the Intercade
It's all because of
have regulated
Antilochea.
the air.
It felt like
The recent increase has
mana
been
was
greatly
more
remote control.
supplementary at the end of the day. Like, yeah, it was an issue, but in here it feels like it has more of a focus.
And which is also why you were going around taking down as many of them as you could.
Yes, that was my mission.
You somehow overpowered and overleveled for the third form.
The path
Can
I
you do
walked
the
with
third
Baloo.
form in normal though?
To
That's
whom
what
I
I'm
owe my
curious about.
life.
Because if I would have done marathon, maybe I would have switched it to more normal or something if he's that overpowered.
Now someone
Well, I don't know if
will
that's
have
actually a
Interlechea
thing
for
because I didn't
Apatheia.
do it. Is that actually something for Vesperia?
This has made the mission of the Interlechea even more difficult.
Why is everybody so crazy about these Apatheia anyway?
I'm
doing
afraid
a
I don't
normal?
have an answer.
Okay. would have been like, would it not be insulting if I had done it in normal? That's what I'm curious about. Because is it that much of a jump? I don't know how much of a jump it is from second form to third.
I imagine Pharaoh could shed more light on the subject, though.
So apatheia are crystals of concentrated air. If that's true and the energy could be extracted from the apatheia, it would be a source of overwhelming power, I'm sure.
Could we really do that?
Third form Duke is like a Bishan or Nebulum? Oh, you know what? I guess that kind of makes sense considering what's involved. You know what? That's so weird. Like, they never really made that like a main narrative thing until, huh?
I bet somebody wants to use
Wow, that's actually a cool way of implementing it. Alright, KP, that's 2 times in a row. Let's be a little bit careful with that. Even though I know it's just with a couple people, I kind of want to, like, hope we're all on the same rules here, basically.
Am I wrong?
Even if you had known, there are things not even you could have prevented.
Let's be careful about the names at the end of the day.
What do you mean?
I showed up at Heliord because Baul had sensed a disturbance in the air. Where there was a disturbance, there was sure to be a Hermes Blastia. But what I found there was not a Blastia, it was a person. That had never happened before.
Ah, yes, this is when we learn about Judy following up with the Stella right over here.
Yet for some reason,
because she was the cause of the disturbance of the air.
As a disturbance in the air. I had to find out why. For this, it was at that time that Pharaoh first appeared. He seemed to have some idea who Estelle was. My mission was to destroy all the Hermes Blastia. However, Estelle was obviously.
Oh, we're gonna get into some more exposition after this scene too. I think because I think we're gonna be meeting up with the third in Turkey.
I made a deal with Pharaoh, and he agreed to grant me some time.
You mean?
I think it's less because of air that
if it became
the explanation is
that her
needed, more the
existence posed
Antilochea
too
need
great a threat,
explanation.
then I would kill her.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, Aspo.
You what?
Wait, Rita!
Settle down. Obviously, Judith reached a different conclusion.
I just wish it wasn't like air being the platform for it, because like they kept like sneaking it in, maybe I'm too nitpicky. I probably am a little bit nitpicky.
If you can communicate that to Pharaoh somehow, you may learn what you should do.
Hey, there's no real reason for you to fight Pharaoh anymore, right? I mean, we know the Hermes Blastia are what's causing the problem and everything.
This is a true environmental message that we're looking for with Vesperia. It's our go green message right here.
I still want to meet Pharaoh. I want to hear what he has to tell me.
But
please try to understand.
Oh, okay, so what's the super boss, the third form of the final boss, was it more like difficult in 360, or is it even more difficult? No, I'm realizing now it's kind of a stupid question. I'm pretty sure PS3 is much more difficult than 360.
I promise not to leave again until things have been settled, as you said. I need to accept that responsibility myself.
Let's go and find Pharaoh.
Yeah, I realized it was a stupid question right after I asked it out loud.
Things we set out to do.
It is what it is.
We can work out the rest once this is finished.
There is a rocky crag in the center of the sands of Kogor. That is where Pharaoh lives. Baul can take us there.
Okay, let's go. This meeting's been a long time coming.
Oh, it certainly is a long time coming, because we're gonna run into some more exposition. Yeah, you know what, I think a part of it is because, like, I'm not running into encounters. I feel like in between cutscenes I'm a little bit not as entertained, because I'm not playing around with the battle system, which I think Vesperia shines in better compared to its narrative.
Baul can only land on the ground in wide, open spaces. So you won't be able to dismount on steep mountain ranges or in narrow canyons.
Can't he land on water?
Water's no good either.
Really? He looks like he'd be a good swimmer.
Yeah, he'd sink like a rock.
Huh. Who knew?
Like a rock.
But that's why we have a ship, right?
Right. If you'd like to get down onto the ocean, let me know. Baul will set our ship down there for us.
Okay, but what should we do when we want to fly again?
Press the L3 button. Well, the tutorial from Abyss, where it's like, use the stick to move left and right. Press the X button to attack. And then, like, they didn't make that voice in the 3DS version, because clearly they're not using a PS2 controller.
Huh. So we can get a hold of him by using that.
Right.
Baul's horn. The cool, a little detail that I like about this game is like whenever you get a new mobility option, whether you're on foot or by boat or by Baul, you're gonna get a little bit of a screen like that before it zooms out. It's like a padding effect. It's a neat little detail. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of shopping at Mateic first. No, not Mateic. This is Jormungand. There you go. Because we definitely use quite a bit of resources, and I think we can craft a limit quartet. That's gonna be something fun to use. Oh, we made a lot of cash. Holy smokes. Look at all this stuff. Luke takes streets. Yeah, like this? Yeah, totally. This was all about, right? Right, Master? Am I doing it okay, Master? Ooh, we can make a... Hold up. Judy's got a lot of new tools to play with here. I completely forgot she also has a dead sight that she picked up from that battle, which is another alternation of like a weapon that she can customize, so... Condition guard, do we got that? Yeah, there we go. Recover super chain for taunt. Okay. I think that's like the most that we gotta do with that. Dragon 230 got the skills there. Okay. Let's see what we can synthesize here. Anything cool? Anything neat? Serpent Staff. Oh, she'll get Gale in the FS bonus. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, we don't get the quartet just yet. I gotta save those airstones, so I'm not gonna make that weapon for Judith. This might be useful though. Oh, this will definitely be useful. Okay. I think I got everything I need. Lemon gels? Maybe a bit. Pine gels? Sure, why not? See, now we're getting to the point where I'm making cash. And unlike earlier today or yesterday where I was really hurting. Now we're doing fine, we're doing good. Look at all this money we're making. Good stuff, good stuff. We don't get to sell stuff just yet. We're okay. We're doing good. We're doing fantastic. Okay. Let's head off to Pharaoh's area right over here. The Crags of Pharaoh.
So this is where Pharaoh is?
Should be. I wasn't able to see him when we came to the desert, but I think this is where we can meet him.
I hope nothing bad will happen. What if he suddenly attacks us?
I can't make any guarantees. I don't think we'll have a say in the matter.
That just means we need to do our best so nothing bad happens.
Carol, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I should go.
Pharaoh sure did pick a bleak place to live in, don't you think?
So,
They say this
for all
area
intents
used
and
to be
purposes,
covered
you'd
in
think
the
like there'd be
lush
something
greenery.
different that'd be happening in this area with what's about to happen, but,
Why did it turn into this rocky desert?
you know, it ends up not really happening.
I don't know that much.
Estelle, are you really going to meet him? Even though you could be killed?
Yes, I've already made peace with this decision.
Still not used to it?
Rita,
Nah,
you've been acting a little funny ever since hearing Judy's
that's
story on
understandable.
the
Like,
ship.
I've always been okay with
Do you
it
have
since,
a problem with meeting Pharaoh?
Oh, is it like you're not used to the voice change
think
in
it'll
the
be
same
hard on
scene?
her
Then that's a
to
different
hear what he has
conversation
to
we could talk
say.
about.
But it's too late to turn back now. We've come this far after all.
Mid-scene, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm still not used to. I mean, yeah, basically. That's the only compromise that they can come to.
He doesn't seem to be here. Maybe he's off somewhere taking a nap.
Pharaoh, you are here, aren't you?
You're right there, Carol.
Insipid poison.
Oh
You
no.
appear before me at
Don't say the
last.
line again. He said the line again.
So you are here. Is that how you greet all your guests, Pharaoh? By calling them names?
For what reason have you come to me? Surely you are aware that I could end your existence with a mere thought.
You talk pretty big, don't you? Well, if you really want to fight, I'd hate to disappoint you.
I would really want to
Yuri,
fight
no!
this creature.
Everyone, please wait!
Oh.
Estelle! Pharaoh, please hear what I have to say.
Does death hold no fear for you, little one? For you gaze now into the mouth of death itself.
I love Pharaoh's voice. Like,
I
we
am
barely
afraid,
heard bits and
but I'm
pieces of
even
it
more afraid of dying
before here,
without
but this is
knowing
where you
who I
start to
really
hear,
am.
like, Pharaoh's voice very clearly.
Belius told me I needed to meet you to learn about my destiny.
Yeah, it's a
I have
little
to know
unfortunate,
just what
Asbo.
that destiny
Very
is.
unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I understand that I am a threat to the Entelekea, but you said that I am a poison to this world. What is this power
I should not have
have?
laughed at that line,
Just
but
who
she's very
is the child of the full moon?
There's no.
If it is
She was
true that my
genuine, but
existence
it's still a
cannot be
line that's very
tolerated,
particularly amusing. It's like,
then
you
it's
just
okay
told me I
if
was a
have to
poison
die.
in the world.
But I at least deserve to know why it is I have to die.
Oh, Estelle.
Please tell me. I
Don't,
beg
no.
of you.
No, that's not
There
right.
was a time when this was a verdant land, sheltered by the blessing of an air crene.
So there was an air crane here.
I'm trying to view the perspective about,
But
like,
what
how
happened?
we
Why
could
did it
view the
change?
air as a platform for Entelekea as opposed to viewing air as itself, but it's going to take some time to swap between that
As
mentality.
to why the air ran rampant, the answer lies with the poison brought by the child of the full moon.
Huh?
The power of the child of the full moon stimulates the air crane more than any blastia.
I hear you, Royalty. I hear you.
Huh?
Blastia convert air
I don't know.
into energy by way
I guess
of a
I didn't
formula.
really like when I first played this. I
So
guess I
if
didn't think
Estelle
there was
could
going to
use
be
her
a
healing
fight
arts without the
for
aid
some
of any
reason. I don't know
Blastia.
why. I would have been in for a very rude surprise
She
if there
must
was
possess
though.
a formula in her very being that lets her convert air into energy. Judith was searching for Blastia that used a particular kind of formula.
So,
And
this
Pharaoh's
special
the one that gets the
formula
most screen
Estelle has
time, to be
must
honest. I
also
think he's like the
consume
most
massive amounts
significant,
of
this
air,
giant turkey.
which causes the air cranae to become more active and pump out more air than they should. I had hoped my hypothesis would have been wrong.
There you go.
Then
Rita knows what's up.
It is as she has said. With each use of her power, the child of the full moon uses far more air than the Blastia. In so doing, the imbalance of air in this world
Yeah,
is
so
further.
basically, because of Estelle's a child
For
of a
the
full
planet,
moon with her special
such an
power,
existence
she
can only be called
ruins the
a
balance
poison.
of the use of air in the
So
world.
you just wipe it out then? Little quick to judge, aren't you, Pharaoh?
This problem concerns the entire planet, and she is its cause. To do nothing would be unparalleled folly.
If the problem's with Estelle, then it's for us to solve.
That's right. We can't let anyone else handle it.
The gravity of this situation is beyond your grasp.
You don't honestly think that everything's gonna be all sunshine and rainbows if Estelle dies, do you?
Another good Troy Baker
It
line.
would at least eliminate one problem.
Yeah, it counts for one of those, actually.
Pharaoh,
How many good
at
Troy Baker
Heliod I
lines
stopped
delivered?
myself.
But I think one that should be
And
worth
again
3
at
points is
Dawnrest, I
Cat's Got
stopped
Your
you.
Tongue.
What I thought was a Blastia turned out to be a human. Before I realized it, I had lost my way.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, here's
I
the
never
song.
thought this
Yeah, you
child
do
could
hear
be
the
as
song
great a
again right
danger
here.
as
So
you
there's
had
2
said.
instances where the song is heard.
And due to your confusion, I granted you the time necessary to see
It's just much more
things as
quieter,
they
except for the
are.
whistling.
As a result, my sister Belius is now lost to me. Enough. This power will bring only ruin.
Not sure I understand all this, but if her power's the problem, why can't she just not use it?
There can be no guarantee she will not try to use the power.
Yuri, yeah. I mean, that's the point
true.
of Yuri.
She
He's a
does
little
have
bit
trouble turning a
hypocritical
blind eye to
sometimes,
things
but
happening around her.
I mean, he lives by his own stance of justice, and he only
Someday
trusts
she
in
will
what he
surely
thinks
use
is
her power
right.
to
It does
help
have to be
someone.
consistent.
However,
It's
as
gonna be
long as she keeps
hypocritical
that
to
spirit of
people, that's for
compassion,
sure.
She cannot only be seen as harmful. She is not like a Blastia.
That's a good point
I
you
know
bring
that
up,
you can feel
Asbel.
the difference.
Compassion alone will not save this world.
Listen, Pharaoh, I get that you've thought all this through with everybody's best interest in mind, but why doesn't that world have a place for Estelle?
It is sometimes necessary to remove a part to save the whole.
I don't buy that for a second. What makes you so high and mighty that you're the one to decide who gets cut and who doesn't?
We have endured the anxiety of existence for far greater a span than you can conceive. Such words mean nothing from those who call this world home for but a fleeting moment.
Pharaoh, please listen. The important thing is finding a way to stop the excessive air, correct? We still have time left to search for such a thing. Judith. And if the effects of Estelle's power reach their absolute limit, I will kill her as promised.
Uh-oh.
You should have no complaint with this.
Hey, Judith, are you serious?
I'm sure brave Vesperia will come up with something before that happens, right?
That's some good trust right there.
What? Yeah, of course we will.
They're starting to find their footing again as a
Score
guild.
one for Judith. So that settles it. If we humans are to blame for Estelle's problem and bringing on the apocalypse, then it's up to us to make things right. If we give it all we've got and still blow it, you can slow roast us on a grill for all I care.
You have changed. If you were still as before.
Have I? That is nice to hear.
Very well. Be ever mindful, though, that time is fleeting.
I love Pharaoh's voice. This giant turkey's got a fantastic voice.
Wait! If the formulas are causing the excessive air, then there must have been times when this happened in the past. I mean, the Blastia were a product of an ancient civilization.
There exist those who have inherited the sins of the past. If any yet can speak of what occurred in the days of old, it is they.
And off the turkey goes with a boss fight to spare.
Bye-bye.
How would a Pharaoh boss fight go anyway? Like, it'd just be like maybe similar to an Outbreaker, but a little bit more of a bigger hitbox. He's gonna like spout up fire.
You too.
No problem. But hey.
Oh, Yuri. Here you go.
What?
It's okay if I have to die? What the hell was that?
I'm sorry.
I don't want to hear that again.
No, you know what?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the thing is that Yuri is Estelle's friend. That's the difference. I don't think Yuri is gonna be Rigaud's or Kimura's friend. That's why he has issue with Estelle saying that.
We were pretty lucky that bruiser was in a mood for conversation.
We gotta remember, friendship is a thing. Friendship is important. Friendship is a strong bond.
You're pretty gutless for an old man.
Jeez, Patty, you've really got nerves of steel.
If he really wanted to kill Estelle, he'd have attacked us immediately. And that's what I can't figure out.
I imagine Pharaoh was conflicted as well. He hid himself from us in the desert to see just what we were made of.
Think of your best friends, and all of a sudden they're talking about wanting to off themselves. You would stop them.
After all.
No matter what your history or past
You
is.
might be right. I get the feeling he'd do whatever's necessary when push comes to shove.
That sounds like you.
Maybe.
But what are we gonna do, Yuri? You heard what he said.
We're going to fix the problems the air's causing, and that's all.
That's easier said than done. We're pretty much at square one, you know.
Mm-hmm. And no one wants to be at square one.
There's no doubt that the formulas are related somehow to the air getting used up. We need to find out about the ancient Blastia, and if they went berserk or not. If we had that kind of information, it might give us a clue.
Ask those who have inherited the sins of the past about the days of old. Or at least that's what Pharaoh said.
I think we're going to... Oh no, it's going to be a while before we get to that place, but I am looking forward to getting to that place.
In other words, we need to.
There is going to be a lot more cutscene as we keep going, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, the Kratia are often credited
A little less fighting, a lot more cutscene.
There isn't much left of the Critian city of Timza, though.
It'd be a lot easier if there were more cities.
The hidden city of Miorzo. It is far older than Timza.
As Bolant, right on cue with that line.
The first Blastia also originated there.
Really? Well, what do you know? You wouldn't happen to know where this Miorzo might be, would you, darling?
I've heard that name somewhere. There was a Critian in Ospio. I'm sure they mentioned something about it.
Do you think that person might still
This
be
isn't a
there?
music tutorial, because honestly, I don't think any other Tales game really did this.
Judith, are you coming with us?
So it was kind of amusing that you had to do this, basically.
I should. We still have the issue of the guild to straighten out.
Oh, but sorry, we do have more cutscene once we get to
Ospio,
Ospio.
then.
Again, I'm not really begging on the cutscenes. It's more like, it's more of a me being aware of timing at the end of the day. Yeah, so here we go. We're going all the way back to Ospio. It has been a while. Fly like Baul now, through the skies, fly like Baul. Did they ever put a song like that in Space Jam 2? I know, it's like, I know I'm not really talking about Tales at this point, but I'm getting to the point where it's like, oh, we're almost close to the overtime hours. I guess we call this like, marathon stream after dark, basically. We're just chilling.
Let's save the manhunt for tomorrow.
I second that. How long's it been since I've slept in a proper bed?
Well, I suppose we can all stay at my place.
Wait.
There's books everywhere for you for all to sleep in. Inflammable books.
You mean me?
Carol.
This is a guild thing.
Best for us.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking like guilds that I didn't particularly also buy what they're selling to. It's mostly because like all the guilds that we've seen, they have like a lot of members, and here there's just the 3 of them. It didn't feel like much of a guild at first either.
And I realized we have to figure out a few things if we're gonna keep this guild going.
It sounds like you've decided what we should do.
Well, we said it before. The most important thing is obeying the guild's laws. Those who break the laws suffer strict punishment, even if they're friends or family. They say that's the source of a guild's pride.
Yes.
So what I'm thinking is, we all have to receive punishment.
What do you mean?
I didn't know that Judith was fighting for our planet all on her own. But even though I didn't know, I still failed to help a fellow guild member. So I gotta accept my punishment. Yuri?
Me?
Oh yeah,
Maybe
Repeat.
you were trying to
I
follow
forgot
your
about
own
Repeat.
path,
Sorry.
but you still kept
I didn't
things
realize that
hidden from
Repeat
us.
was the official member too.
There's no way that can be for the good of the guild.
Well...
So you gotta be punished too.
Now he's stretching it.
The laws are important. What if someone does the right thing, but still breaks the law? Should they be punished? To be honest, I just don't know yet. So that's why we should all just accept our punishment and start over from scratch.
Carol with the deep questions.
What do you
right here.
think?
I can't promise I won't have my secrets in the future.
Well, if that's the way it is, if you can't trust us, then there's nothing you can do. That would be my fault.
And what if I destroy a Blastia that our guild was planning on using again? That would be breaking the law that says I should act in the interest of the guild.
But you'd also be acting for the sake of the world. Guilds aren't there just so people can obey their laws. I think we can let that slide.
Doesn't that sort of make your laws meaningless?
I've never heard of a guild like this before.
But it works.
But you've
But
got
it
me
works.
interested, I'll give you that much.
There's no need to be such a stickler for the rules. Gotta be more relaxed.
Carol, you're just full of surprises. I had thought plenty about myself and what I should be doing. But I might not have considered how my actions would affect you guys. This is a way of settling things I didn't even realize existed.
There you go, Yuri.
I just wanted to keep traveling with all of you. I just wanted each of our own paths to be the same as brave Vesperia's.
Sounds alright with me.
I like this theme. I think it's a little bit underrated because not many people really talk about
guess
it.
that's where we stand.
Because like it allows all 3 characters,
really
and
are some of the oddest
4 if
people
we
I've
include
ever met.
Repeat. It allows all the characters to sort of
I suppose I can manage
be
to
at a
get up
better
to-
understanding to compare to when they started as a guild.
All right then, one more time. Brave Vesperia.
Like yeah, we can talk about the Yuri and Flint stuff, but this one
making
I
it
think
up
is a
as they
little
go,
particular
aren't they?
highlight for me because
Is
of
that
this.
all a guild is?
The Don ran his guild
Also
just
shows
a
Carol's
teensy bit
growth a bit too.
differently.
There's something beautiful about this way, though.
Brave Vesperia sure is nice.
Do you want to join too, Patty?
Can't right now.
Carol's still the walking billboard.
You still have to get
Forget
your
it, we need a
memory back.
recruitment though.
So, what about the
I don't
punishment?
see why Patty doesn't actually join us, but well, we learn
Oh, yeah,
later, I
I almost
suppose.
forgot.
Looks like you guys are on Kratian researcher detail. We'll be relaxing at my place.
Hey, why do you get to decide?
Excuse me? Did I hear a complaint?
Hey, this is the kid's moment.
No, ma'am.
Don't hit him. Not this time. Alright, yeah, so this tutorial is interesting. Like, I don't know, like, did anybody... I think I remember from my first playthrough, maybe I figured it out, but yeah, you gotta, like, be Kratian to
Good
speak
day.
to this guy.
Good day, my sister.
Judith,
I'm Tord.
you wouldn't happen to
And
know
you get like
anything about
you get the
Myor's
special
Ozu?
flag after the boss fight
I'd like
too,
to
so you
go
don't have
there.
to like craft a special flag at all
I need to know where
during,
Myor's is located.
during
and
the run.
how I can get there.
Even if you reach the city,
I would,
there won't be
maybe
anything for you to
tutorial's a
see
bit of
there.
a
What do you plan
not
on doing
correct
there
term
anyway?
for it. I want to say it's more like your
interest in her own ancestral
what are
city
the words I'm
reason
looking for?
enough
You're
to
more
go?
like
That is an acceptable reason.
it's like a
But I'm
puzzle.
afraid I don't
One of
know
the few
anything
puzzles
about where
that
it
they
could be.
don't really hold your hand on, which is kind of cool.
I've heard your name before, Tort. You help guide those Critians remaining on
Bro, that's
Earth
what I
up to
talk
the
about
heavens.
hand holding. This is one of the few cases where they don't really do it. You gotta know gameplay
Will you not
mechanics
tell
here.
me because these humans are with me?
Our ancient law states that we cannot show anyone but our brothers and sisters the way to Miorzo.
Shouldn't it be a matter of whether they can be trusted rather than whether they're Critian or not? At the very least, these humans can be trusted.
I shall ask once more. Why do you seek Miorzo?
The world is headed towards some bad things, all thanks to Blastia. We want to go to know what happened in the past and how we can stop it. We want to help everyone, not just the Critians. How's that?
Very well. I do not know if you'll find the answers to your questions, but I will show you the way. First of all, you'll need a special bell to open the path to Miorzo.
A bell?
Ah, yes, the beautiful special bell.
Indeed. It is hidden in one of the southern caverns on the continent of Hippionia.
But isn't Hippionia really big?
The cavern is on
I
a
feel like this
shore
was
where
voiced
red
in
flowers
360,
bloom.
but did they
If you use
redub
that
this?
as your guide, I'm sure you shall find it. Also, the door in the back of that cavern can only be opened by us Critians.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, I'll see that we're allowed to enter.
It wasn't voiced originally? Okay.
And what are we supposed to do with that bell?
Relax. You humans are always so impatient. Once
Is it
you
Bryce
have the bell,
Papenbrook?
you must travel to Egathor Forest.
Maybe.
Egathor Forest?
Sounds like him a little bit.
Isn't that on Hippionia too? I've heard of it before.
Yes, the sacred land of the Critians is located there. So that's where the door to Miorzo is.
If you use the bell there, the door shall open. There is, however, a problem.
A problem?
Yes, Egathor Forest is being devastated by a mysterious group. In addition to their overwhelming numbers, they also carry with them strange Blastia. I cannot fathom their motives, but this is certainly a matter of great concern.
So if we go to Miorzo, we have to do something about them?
Exactly. We need you to restore peace to our sacred land.
Gotcha. So we get that bell, beat the mysterious group senseless, ring the bell, and the door opens. That sound right?
There's the line, there's the song drop. We first had the game title drop, and now we get the song
I
drop.
understand. Thank you.
May the road rise up to meet you, sister.
And you as well. Let's go back to where everyone's waiting.
Yeah.
Alright, let's switch back to Yuri here. We've already proved that we can use the S flag, but it is nice that Vesperia did it, and now we're gonna keep on going right over here.
Did you find out anything?
We've got a lead in a place called Egathor Forest.
I'm pretty sure it's on the west side of Hippionia, to the south of here.
So, Miorzo's in that forest?
No, but a door is.
Huh? A door? What do you mean?
There's a door there that leads to Miorzo.
We were told the bell that opens the door is hidden in a cavern on a shore in Hippionia, where red flowers bloom.
It'd be fastest to just go and check it out.
First, let me rest.
Perhaps we should get some rest before leaving?
But
We don't really have a choice.
All right, then I'm gonna walk around town and search for clues about the treasure.
Hey, hold it. You should really...
Anyway, once we've gotten some rest, let's go look for that cavern in Hippionia.
Okay. So I'm noticing stream is having some issues again. I don't know why. I practiced with YouTube a while back and it seemed to be working okay, but now it's like, oh, it does. Of course, when the day of happens, it suddenly wants to have issues. So I don't know. It is what it is. I'm very sorry, but we're just gonna keep on rolling through and whatnot. Hold up. Okay, I think we're going okay now. I don't know what happened earlier, but I think we're going okay now. I think. I hope. Because I think there were some drop frames, a lot of drop frames from YouTube server right there.
There were a lot of books, but none of them were about Ifrid.
Well, duh. This city only has books about Blastia.
Oh well, looks like I'm just gonna have to keep searching for clues with you guys.
Did you just say Ifrid?
Huh?
Hey, you. You that girl they've been saying is Ifrid's grandchild? So, you neither admit nor deny it. And I guess it must be true. Interesting. So you're the grandchild of that bastard who disgraced the guilds. You just look like a regular brat to me. Why don't you say something? Can't even defend your own grandfather? Oh yeah, I guess that's something no one could ever defend, huh? Considering all the nasty stuff he did.
How can you say such horrible things?
How? Well, because it's the truth. Hey, wait! You guys must be Siren's Fang's newest guild members, right?
We're Brave Vesperia.
Brave Vesperia? What a funny name. What kind of a guild is that?
Well, it's, you see...
Why? You gonna give us some good jobs if we tell you?
I don't have any jobs to give shady thugs involved with Ifrid like you guys. Brave Vesperia, huh? It's good-for-nothing trash like you who've been tarnishing what it means to be a guild.
You're the good-for-nothing trash who's been tarnishing the name of the city.
You're Rita Mordio?
Looks like there's a lot more vulgar pieces of trash than the last time I was here. Geez, it'll be a real nuisance if anyone thinks I'm associated with you. Let's get out of here.
Wait!
Okay, because I couldn't tell because, like,
there something else you wanted to
there have
say?
been a lot of drop frames from YouTube server again. I was like, oh, we've been doing fine, but then now I just jinxed it, didn't I? This reminds me of, like, back in the day when I was doing the first marathon. There are a lot of drop frames.
Pretty sure that
A
guy's
lot
gonna
of
spread
drop
rumors.
frames. Part of it was server, part of it was also my internet
care.
connection at the
If that's
time.
the kind of thing that could
This
destroy
one I
the
know
guild,
for sure it's
we would've been
server.
finished a long time ago.
Yeah, we should just let people say.
That's
what
why I
they
haven't
need
been
to say.
commentating much, so I apologize. I just wanted to see if everybody else was okay. Haven't noticed anything? Okay, then maybe,
Wasn't
I
our
don't know.
destination
YouTube is telling me
shore in
weird
Hippionia,
things.
where red flowers bloom?
Ah, yeah.
Then let's get going.
Alright. Where red flowers bloom, huh? Okay, well, you know what? I changed the question for today, because we were far behind. The original question was going to be, what color are the flowers that bloom, or something? But, I had to change it because we were really far behind. Finding this one, it wasn't too much of an issue. Well, actually, an easy bit of an issue, but I don't know. How did everybody else think about finding this location with the flowers? Like, I remember it not being too bad either, probably because like we had like a lot of mobility options here. Particularly, we could fly basically. You guys struggles, that's okay too. I think this is exclusive to PS3 too. Oh no, this is definitely exclusive. Even I knew back then. Yeah, this is really exclusive.
This is it, right?
It matches the description Tort gave us, but
A shore in Hippionia where red flowers bloom, right?
Maybe Tort tricked you guys.
Either that or we came to the wrong place.
Wait. I can feel a draft coming from in there.
the inside must be hollow.
Oh, wait. This is the one time where we don't get a cutscene fireball. This is what the port added to the lore of the Tales series. We now have cutscene spread zeros. This certainly caught me off guard. That's why you knew this was a PS3 port exclusive. They would have just stuck with fireball.
What kind of a nasty person does something like that?
Perhaps they sealed it up to keep fishy people like you from getting in.
Whoa! You're really gunning for old Raven? Sometimes you can be so mean, Judith.
I forgot Bowl had autopilot. Did Bowl have autopilot? I completely forgot. I didn't read the controls that well. Even still, like, flying around with Bowl isn't really that
You really
rough.
are, kid.
Unlike the Albior and Abyss, that one was really rough to fly around.
If you're scared, you can wait here.
I'm fine. I'll go with you guys.
Alright, here we go. Dog language. I guess I'm gonna be playing the dog language skit at the very end, huh? That's gonna be the thing. I know for sure Abyss has autopilot, so I don't think Vesperia had it.
Huh? What is that?
What are all these stones doing in a place like this? It's so creepy.
Wait, these aren't graves, are they?
Maybe we really did come to the wrong place.
But even if that's the case, why are there so many here? Why?
I can't believe how many there are.
When it came to this, like, place, like, I don't want to call it a dungeon because there's nothing to it. It did give me more intrigue about what Ifree was all about.
There's
But then
something
again,
written over there.
the setup for what they have is fine. It's just what ended up being the resolution of the climax didn't really amount to it.
We mourn their deaths. And in
Like, this was
place,
intriguing for
lay
me.
their
I was very
souls to
curious
rest.
about what this was all about.
These are all victims of the Black Hope Massacre!
And these are the graves of people who were killed by Ifree?
Yes.
It's like, why is it hidden in this
I had no
Critian-related
idea there could
area?
be so many. Patty!
I never thought.
Patty!
No matter how you look at it, this is just too much. You can't expect a child to accept such a cold reality at her age.
I wonder who built these graves.
Who knows? Maybe there were some survivors of the massacre.
But this is so horrible.
I'm going to look for the key to Miorzo. You all should stay here.
I'm measuring time a little bit more. I think it might just be like
You're going
another
by
2
yourself?
hours. I think that's
We can't bring Patty along when she's
yeah.
like this, can we?
Maybe it might be another 2 hours. We'll see.
There aren't any signs of monsters
Which is
here.
gonna be
We
like
should
an
go
hour
too.
overtime, but we'll
Repeat,
see.
Take good care of Patty, okay?
We'll see how things go for tonight. For those curious, I want to make it all the way to that one dungeon with the maze at the corner. I mean, that one dungeon with the map at the corner. So it's gonna be a ways away. That means we're gonna be going through a lot of mook rushes once we get there.
Looks like a dead end.
Maybe the old man was right, and we really did come to the wrong place.
There weren't any other shores with red flowers, were there?
Do you mind if I take a look at that? Illusion, be undone. It is I of the chosen people whom you have anxiously awaited.
Yeah, the ruin. I wanted to get like maybe before or after it today, but it wasn't gonna happen. Especially from what happened earlier, but here we are.
What?
We're gonna crawl there. We're gonna crawl to that finish line.
The Kritians possess an ancient power known as the Nagig that can read the information in objects.
That's the thing about this
I use that power
thing
to
about
learn
the
a secret
Kritian
phrase
too.
that
They
will remove the
revealed
enchantment
this
that
one a
can
little bit
restore.
earlier.
I see.
Compared to when you're
So this
supposed
is
to
what
learn
Tort
about
meant
it.
when he said the door could only be opened
I was
by
very
three.
curious.
Now, let's go inside.
It isn't far off, but it isn't far off in terms of getting there for gameplay wise, but it's more like the cutscenes in between are gonna yeah.
Could this be
2
the
hours,
key for the door to
I'm a
Miller's
little
House?
bit generous, but not too much, I want to say.
Yes, we were told it's a bell, so this has to be it.
Was it in the 360 though? Did Tort
Why
give
is
you
there
the
a
bell
graveyard in the
directly?
cave where the bell was hidden?
Or
It's
was
just a
there never a
coincidence.
bell? See,
Maybe.
I don't remember
I
360
bet the
version
person
too
who
much
built
at
that
all to even
graveyard
like
didn't know the bell was
know
hidden here.
what was there and what wasn't.
I guess that's to be expected with the door being invisible.
Maybe the person who closed the entrance to this cave was the one who built the graveyard.
What for?
He just gave you the bell? Got it.
Who knows? Maybe to prevent grave robbing. Or maybe there was some other reason they had to hide this place.
It is true that Tord never said anything about the cave entrance. You might be right.
So someone went to all the trouble of burying those people in such a remote location? Is that really all it is?
I don't know, but we've got the bell we came for, so let's go back and see Patty.
Yuri, did Ifrid really kill all those people?
Maybe he did.
Patty.
That's the truth she was after.
Yes, but she wasn't at all prepared for it.
Right, let's hurry back.
Good stuff from Grand George. Let's get a Grand George counter going on alongside with our Troy Baker. There are a couple scenes with Grand George that I'm like, yeah, that's good. Like during the drop frame stuff, like I liked how Grand George was like being reacting to that one jerk in Aspio towards Patty.
Thank you, Rapide. We got what we came for. Can you stand up, Patty? We're going.
Are you going already?
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Don't push yourself, okay?
Cypher.
Can you come with us? Could she be?
Alright. We're now reunited with everybody. This time Patty didn't leave on her own. We kind of just left her there, so it should have been we left Patty and Rapide. You can't give that to the Patty martyr count, that's for sure. Did somebody actually keep track of the amount of times Patty did leave the party, though? Oh, I forgot to pick up the armor for Patty. Oops. Because I'm really curious about that. It must have been at least 10 times. I want to say. It's probably like maybe 10 times, maybe 15. I want to say at least 10. It has to be at least 10. Which is why you don't compare in the first place. I mean, no, I get it. People want to compare, I know. I'm more so speaking from an artist's perspective, where everybody does their own art. And I like it when actors of I like it when different kinds of actors take on the same role, because you sort of see where they come from and how they add flavor to a role. I guess I'll go into a little bit of acting geekism, for lack of a better term, because I did take acting for my education and whatnot. And what I really like is that, like, when my classmates, we'd all like take the same role and sort of like add our own work into it. And we are taught that we appreciate each other's work because that's what makes us who we are as individuals. As the key to having the roles, it's not that we're acting the role, but we become the role. It's a very cool mentality to have in the acting world.
Why so sudden? You don't like traveling with us anymore?
No, that's not it.
What you prefer is your preference, which is fine. You could like Troy Baker more than Grant George. That's fine, but comparing the actual what they both it's very,
If you don't mind, well,
it's a little bit of a like a, I wish I could have a better way to articulate it, but there's something to it, essentially.
What kind of nonsense is that?
Rita?
Yeah, I agree with that too, Aspo.
Every single one of these guys causes nothing but trouble.
Then we're gonna cross the bridge of,
Do you
I
really
think,
you're
like I
any
mentioned it
more of a
before, but it's gonna be
troublemaker
more of
than
an
the rest of
outcry
us?
of like Troy Baker not being there at all.
Rita.
If it's really just so you can focus on what you need to do, then I won't try to stop you.
It'll be lonely around here without you.
We've come this far together. There's no need to hold back.
We crossed the desert and fought so many battles together.
Besides, you don't need to give
Oh
an
yeah, we're gonna
answer
get
here and now,
into a
do
little bit
you?
of a Patty arc right here too,
Plus, if you leave
because
us now,
they
you
add
won't be able to
more of
pilot
it
the
in the
ship,
next
and we'll be in
dungeon.
real trouble.
Okay.
Just think about it after your emotions have calmed down. You can pick what you want to do then. Until that time, though, why don't you come with us?
Okay.
All right.
Here you go, like Sandy Fox exploring range right here with Patty. Like, Mew was kind of like one note performance, so there's only really so much I can work with the role like Mew. So it's cool to see her voice actress explore here. Alright. Now it's time to head off to the Egothor Fortress. Fortress? Forest. It's getting late. It's getting late. I hope tomorrow will be a better day because I'm a little bit exhausted over all the drop frames. But here's hoping we can work through it today. Who was I playing as here? Okay, we're gonna give Carol some more time to shine here. Who did I end up using? Carol... let's make sure that both of our parties are okay here, because we're going to be ending up using both here. Maybe we could add Raven here. Judith is, like, maybe... This might work. This might work. I think this might work. Okay. Yeah, we need some more Carol time to shine.
This is Egothor Forest, a holy place for the Kritian people.
Almost there. Crawling to that finish line.
Huh.
I appreciate the
It's nicer here than I
encouragement.
imagined. Not a bad spot at all.
Whoa, really? I thought you liked being cooped up in cold, dark labs and stuff.
I wish I could have seen it in its original state.
That must be the Blastia the mystery group brought with them.
But that's a Hoplone Blastia.
What do you mean by mystery group?
We weren't able to get any details. But Tord said he'd tell us how to get to Myorzo if we did something about them.
Would doing something include smashing that thing?
I wonder. I suppose we could if there are no complaints.
I'll fix it so there's no need for you to break it.
Oh? I'll leave it to you then.
Are you gonna rest on the ship?
No, I'll go.
Man, I didn't expect pnvnd to bring up Temple of Tales. That's like a throwback too. Like they're like on the same level of like being around for a long time, like for fan site stuff. And it's like similar to like I remember when they affiliated with the Visceral Chronicles like a long time ago. Good stuff. Didn't realize they were helping them out. Okay, are we ready for some mandatory Mook encounters? Because this is what this entire dungeon is all about.
This is the Commandant's private force of elite knights.
No boss fight.
What the Commandant's
Nothing but
forces
moves.
doing in a forest like this with Hoplon Blastia?
I've no reason
I
to
believe
answer
there are
your
around
questions.
like maybe 5
Civilian
or 6 of
activities
them, and they all have the
in this
same
area.
behavior where it's like, oh, we're gonna run away from you if we're scared. So we're playing as Carol. Be prepared for a lot of chasing. I was a little scared there. If my PS5 froze, that would be the icing on the cake of today's not so good technical difficulties. Wait, I learned Rolling Revolution, didn't I? Yeah, there you go. We need that on. We also need some other things on here because we got a lot of toys. Well, not quite as much toys as I was expecting here. Punchy Beast Flash would be nice. Hammer Flow Upper should be up here. Ooh, Coil Beat. Yeah, Coil Beat. What else we got here? That looks okay. Gaia Bug, sure. Havoc Break? Yeah, sure, why not? And actually, no, I should put Havoc Break up here. And then Bug Breath, sure, why not? Okay, let's go. Yuri. Whack, whack, whack-a-mole, whack, whack, whack-a-mole, whack, whack. Oh, darn it. Did you just first aid it? Yeah, that's the thing, too. Like, they're gonna probably cast first aid. Oh my gosh. Somebody stop this other mage, please, because it's canceling all the work I'm doing. Where's the magic lens? Okay, we're gonna get an FS eventually. I'm not timing it well with Carol. Anyway, oh shoot, I should have got it. Did it die the moment? Of course it did, because that's usually how FS works sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if the Imperial Knights were allowed to have that. I mean, they could. It's Alexei's personal guard, so would not be surprised. Shoot.
Yes, I overdid it.
Boom! Yeah, Carol, that's a clean finish. Love it. Good stuff. That's the first time we saw that one. We never really had Yuri and Carol together in the same team, huh?
Man, that escalated quickly. Well, we're off to a good start.
So the mysterious group of people was the Imperial Knights.
Why did he attack us?
Maybe because they're doing something here that they don't want anyone to know about?
You mean, with that Blastia?
Maybe, yeah.
You might be on the right track
You
there,
said you were gonna
Carol.
come with us, so you better pull yourself together.
I know.
Watch out!
Uh-oh. Oh, Estelle. You're sucking the world's life away.
Same as what she did in Heliard. Estelle's power took the air and made it dissipate. You've got to stop doing crazy things like that.
I'm sorry. I just thought about how everyone was in danger, and before I knew it, my power...
Her power is starting to unconsciously respond to her feelings.
Huh.
That last attack came from that Blastia. It was aiming straight at us.
Which means
I didn't think it'd get to the point where her powers would overtake her, but hey, I guess we're here for it.
What should I do?
Hey, you saved us, didn't you?
Yeah, if that had hit us head on, we would have been goners for sure. We should be mad at the fact that they shot at us, not that Estelle protected us.
Think outside the
We've sworn
box,
to settle
Carol Capel.
Estelle's problems along with the world's problems. Everything we're doing right now is towards that purpose. We shouldn't let the details get in our way.
But won't Pharaoh get mad if she keeps doing stuff like this? Whether it's by a Blastia or by Pharaoh, I don't want to be barbecued alive.
Come on, this is simple. We just have to do something about that Blastia, right?
That's right.
Let's pummel the jerks who are controlling that Blastia.
There you go, Rita.
Let's go. Try to keep
That's
a
the
low
spirit.
profile. If you keep standing around, we're gonna leave you behind.
I mean, don't doubt the power of the Children of Full Moon. I mean, they're really crazy characters. I think there's like a mithril helm somewhere here. Oh no, it's that treasure chest I just passed by. There we go. Let's give that to Capel. Actually, all three of them would have needed it. But we're going to be going to an area where we could replenish, that's for sure. What else weird? Did you guys hear that? The water sound went from the right to the left instantly. Let's first aid go in. Prepare a sorbet. Party is full because I prepared it beforehand. Oops. Maybe an orange shell here, an orange shell here, and an orange shell here. I mean, you're probably wondering why I'm using supplies. This area, like the mooks here, the mook rush here is basically our boss fight. So, might as well start using my my supplies here, essentially.
Oh man! All right, let's go.
But it's usually the same strategy as before. Get the bishops to slow down, target one of them to kill them, basically rinse and repeat. Maybe get like a burst start in there, here or there, like one of these. But don't stand in the way to get interrupted. Whoa, okay. You can learn that. But unfortunately, I didn't quite take advantage of the strategy I just said, so that's my own fault. Oops. I'm gonna try my best. I have no regrets. Oh, that works. That really works. Keep it going. Yeah. Let him spin around. Right round. Don't I know punishing smash? Yeah, I do. So I'm gonna make this what are words we're looking for? Lightning wave. Where did I put it? Here it is.
Watch out. This one's tough.
Sorry, Rita. Wrong target. Oh my gosh. Stop running, please. I just need to hit you with the green attack and we're good. Granted, I did use quite a bit of TP. You know what? Actually, let's like give the Emerald Ring to Carol for a bit. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, full charge. Well, this is bad. This is a bad overlimit, but whatever. It is what it is. And the heals don't help either. Just kidding. Shell. Finally, get it in there. Okay, let's get rid of this other one real quick. It is what it is. Okay, let's take it down. There we go. All those FSs give me a pretty decent grade for this jingle. Thank you. Thank you, Vesperia. I appreciate it.
Now then, at least we don't have to worry about being shot at anymore.
We might have stopped the Knights, but we still gotta deal with this guy. He's not a Hermes Blastia, but the formula's been encrypted.
Care to explain in English?
Basically,
Please.
without a key to decode the formula, we can't turn it off.
So I assume breaking the code isn't...
No, it's not easy. Even if I could break it, that would take time. Maybe if I
don't think this will take much time at all.
Wait! But you said... Help! What are you doing
Oh,
here?
this guy.
Perhaps he is this Blastia's engineer.
No!
Here's the thing.
I'm an engineer and
If
all, but I was
if
just
this
following
game was
orders.
like,
I swear I never wanted to get involved in
what
something
was
like
it
this.
before? I don't think they would have put this in if they were doing like the Patty stuff, because like the Patty stuff would have just been like,
Yes, of course, right away.
what words I'm looking for, sort of like help add more extra
for
time to
surprising
this
you back
game's
there.
narrative already. Like, I feel like this part in particular could have been cut out, but it was probably just added in like a
Way you were
360
only trying to
thing.
make me jump.
But then they made it. They just made it even more expanded
Oh?
here. I think not much really happens in this dungeon,
down.
particularly in the
Now we
narrative
can go to
sense. If that
Yorzo
kind of
once
makes
the
any
weather
sense.
clears.
We don't really need to know about the Royal Guard too much, because you kind of learn about them a little bit more later on.
What is it?
Are the auto events? Guess not.
Yuri!
I could use your help here, kid.
Right.
I mean, it could be a little bit of foreshadowing, but they could have made it a little bit more like they could still do this, but it may not have like involved like all these extra fights.
Yuri, don't tell me you did that to keep me from using my power.
They could have made it like a little bit shorter, maybe, like considering what was added in DE, but they're not going to do that.
Indeed. Do you have a death wish?
This? This is nothing.
Yuri, I'm sorry. It was my fault.
Hey, you did the same for us before, right?
But it
Now
still
we're
does
even.
some nice character moments here and there.
Estelle, perhaps a simple thank you would do best.
Thank you.
Moving right along, we'd better do something about that other Blastia.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to know... Hey!
Oh. Patty, why did you let the man go?
Fast, little bugger. We better catch him quick.
Please wait. Patty is... Rita, I'm sorry. I let him get away.
Don't worry about it. I'll come up with something.
Yeah, but you said it wasn't easy.
As long as the knights aren't around, we don't have to worry so much about how long it takes. Besides, who do you think
There's
you're
not even
dealing
like a
I'm
proper
the
boss fight
genius
either.
mage, Rita Mortia.
And all it is just like Mook Rush.
If
You
it's
kind of
me
see
versus
how
a
it
Blastia,
is at the end
I'll
of the day.
win or die trying.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Giganto monster, so that's like
What
a
are you
thing for a
doing?
side quest, but maybe you could have hit the Giganto
If we
monster
leave
in the
it like
cavern.
this, someone could use it again.
In pure
I'll just
plain sight
make
or
a few
something, I don't know.
adjustments. I'm sorry.
That function could have been easily transferred over.
Nothing shines quite so bright as a young person with something they're willing to risk their life for.
For somebody who stood on death's doorstep, saying you'll do something or die trying isn't just a figure of speech.
Huh? Death's doorstep?
Didn't you say you almost died during the Great War?
Huh. Forgot I mentioned that. Well, only the living have the privilege of saying they'll fight to the last breath. Words like conviction and resolve don't mean much to a dead man.
You okay, old man?
Oh yeah, you okay? You're suddenly going super serious
Here I
on
am,
this.
running off at the mouth. I get a bit sentimental when I start digging up the past. Come on! Onward!
Hey, it's nothing but
Ready to
nitpicks.
go?
It is what it is usually when it comes to me looking at these games, because I'm just looking back at them, just chilling, just talking about it. Ultimately, what it is for me, Vesperia is Vesperia. It's, I'm glad I revisited it a year ago, because I reestablished my opinions, even though not much has changed about my opinions in terms of the narrative, but in terms of, the gameplay, I have a bit more of an appreciation for it. Even though it does take a long time to open things up. That is 100% for sure. Give everybody a nurse. And then, actually, no, let's use some first aids too. And then prepare a sorbet. Go. I crossed the bridge. Now I'm going down to the lower bridge. Okay, good, we're in the right way. I still have my sense of direction. Yeah, the thing about Raven is that he doesn't even really get like that until this point in the game. Otherwise, well, I mean, there are some points when he sees Duke, so there's that, but, this is where he starts to get a little bit serious. Is overheat useful? I don't remember it being too useful. Let me see. Oh, it's very precise. Yeah. But I guess it could be useful. I don't think I've ever used it myself though, but hey, put it on anyway. There's no point in not putting it on.
Everyone, take cover!
Estelle's like, ah!
Is everyone okay?
I'll live.
There were, I feel like I think back in the day, people were like comparing Raven to Zelos a lot. When this game was still fresh, Raven were like people were making comparisons between Raven and Zelos.
Hey, old man, want to sit this one out? We can go on ahead.
If you leave me behind, there ain't any place else for me to go.
Come on. Even Yuri wouldn't leave you here for good. And anyway, you could always go back to Altos, couldn't you?
There's always that, I suppose. They're, how do I say it? Not the same as you guys.
Oh, really?
Well, if you're okay,
Like, I guess,
man,
yeah, I can see
let's
where the
get over to
comparisons
that
lie. I
Blastia
just,
before it recharges
maybe
and
it could be
attacks
my
us
bias
again.
with Symphonia. Like, maybe there's something about Zelos with me that I don't quite particularly see with Raven at the end of the day. Like, I see some similarities, but if I were nitpicky, there'd be things where I'd be like, I don't quite see it at the end of the day. That, and I'm a bit of a huge Zelos fan, so take that bias as you will. This might be a mandatory fight. Or not. There you go. Yeah, okay. Looks like we're gonna be linear from here on out with this dungeon, though. They're pretty similar on the surface level. Surface level, yeah, I can see the similarities, but right when you know about who they are, they both have different motivations for how they want to live their lives.
The enemy will be utterly helpless.
You don't seriously think that, do you?
Unless there's something I'm missing from the Raven side quest. That's pretty much my impression at the end of the day.
Guard.
From the other side, too.
We're surrounded?
Was the other side added in this version?
Stand firm and hold out.
Because like you split in this part, if I recall correctly. They added another fight here, which was amusing to say the least.
Sorry, but you're going bye-bye.
Oh, no healers. Thank you. Get them all. Hey. I keep screwing that up at the end. Oh, these 2 additional fights were added? Oh my, no wonder it feels even longer. Oh dear. Alright, Rita, please use a light bottle because my party don't know how to protect themselves. Oh, now they don't want to target me, huh? Uh-huh. Once they start seeing the little kids spinning around all over the place, yeah, now they don't want to approach him, which makes sense. I get it. They kind of want the same goal at the end of the life? A little bit. A little bit. I can agree with you a little bit, but the way that they want to live their lives is where the difference is. Lies. Yeah, when they repeat the voices, it is particularly silly. It's very video gamey in that sense. Oh, he does 5 strikes if you charge it. Ooh, right. Yeah, we'll talk more about it maybe tomorrow, based on this pace.
Oh, I am awesome.
More like
sketchy?
Yeah.
What the? They showed Raven's icon for Carol's line there. Alright. Okay. Alright, team 2. So in 360 then there's only like 4 fights. This is like 6 fights we're reaching right here. Wait, did I accidentally get... I didn't realize that would also affect my party members. Oops. Well, thanks for demonstrating that. Being the guinea pig for that, Judith. Please don't die. Please. Use the iframes to poison the bottle. Oh well, too late. I'm sorry, Judith. You were the demo for my newly learned art. Victory skits in the rise. Yeah. I mean, no. Okay, you know what? Victory skits. The victory quotes still exist. They just don't stand around talking about it, really. But they're definitely gonna be. They may be shorter. I don't know. The game hadn't fully come out yet. We don't know for sure. Oh, Estelle, not now. Please cast Nurse. Actually, you should be casting Nurse a lot. You have the skill. Cast Nurse a lot, actually. Don't do this. Just cast Nurse, please.
Oh, angelic princess, grant us your magnificent embrace.
Estelle? Oh, you ran away. Okay.
Oh, angelic princess, grant us your magnificent embrace.
Thank you. Best heal spell. Best heal spell. We're gonna need to grind up Nightingale, that's for sure. I forgot how good Angel Ring is. Yeah, they didn't really bring it back, huh? I mean, technically they brought it back for Project Cross Zone, but they didn't really bring it back for a Tales game, did they? Oh, I like the thing with the Trigger Tomb, where like if you hold it, like you keep spinning or something. Like I forgot which skill did it, and I don't think I ever picked it up in a practice.
Okay. Yay! Good job.
The only time Healing Circle is really good in Exilia 1, because Elise can be a beast with Healing Circle, just casting it really, really fast.
Did we get everyone?
Oh, Patty.
Stop zoning out.
I'm sorry, Yuri.
Patty,
Yeah, so currently we have 4 mandatory fights. And that was even after I skipped that bug one, so there's gonna be 2 more mandatory fights right after this.
Maybe I should have.
Enough with the indecision and grumbling. We've come this far, haven't we?
I'm kind of indifferent about Guardian Field,
Here. Didn't we tell
but
you not to worry?
this game made me appreciate Guardian Field a little bit more. That's for sure.
My, it's not every day we get to hear you say such sweet things, Rita.
Shut up! Come on, we have to stop that Hoplon Blastia.
Okay. You all heard the lady.
Guardian Field definitely healed people in Abyss.
Patty, what are you doing?
And
Do you want to get left behind?
oh, that's the thing with the Exilia games. I want to explore all the other characters because I only just stuck with the main characters, like Jude, Mila, and Ludger. I barely played as like Alvin or Leia or Rowan or Elise. One day I'll revisit it now, and I want to play them all, especially like Leia. Speaking of aerial combat, Leia has a lot of fun with that. Alright. Get some more heals in. I think a nurse should do us fine. Prepare a recipe. Thank you.
Those who obstruct the work of the knights shall be treated as criminals.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
That you actually saw that sheet fly across there. I think that's like the best camera angle we've seen for that sheet being like thrown off there.
Man, could you be any weaker?
Don't let him trip you up.
Spiderweb. Spiderweb. Target this. Spiderweb. Rinse and repeat. There you go, that's more like it. Even though Yuri died. Oh, Yuri. Oh, Yuri Lowell. Okay, run away. Keep running. Now you're gonna get caught by the web. They call me the Spider-Man. got rid of all of the healers. Now it's time to get rid of these guys. Oftentimes I forget, like with Carol, he can also be a bit of a healer. Sometimes I forget to like heal Yuri. Exilium 1 is so good despite its unfinished nature. At least it felt rather incomplete compared to the usual. Oh yeah, it certainly does. It was incomplete. Well, at the very end was where it kind of fell apart a bit, if I recall correctly.
Just like I thought. This formula is protected by a code as
Like,
well.
everybody didn't really particularly feel balanced. I want to point out Jude, Exhibit A, for example.
I said I'd do it or die trying, didn't I?
I remember that much from Exilia 1. Jude was
This
just like
has
a
nothing to do
powerhouse
with getting us
himself.
to Miorzo anymore. There's no way in hell I'll let those idiot knights go on using these poor Blastia like this.
Okay, I'll leave this to you guys.
And where are you off to, Carol?
I'm gonna keep watch down below, just in case more royal guards show up.
Yeah, they were definitely supposed to be playable. I mean, the fact that things happen in that game that have evidence of it, it's very, very clear.
I'm going too. It looks like Patty's cheered up.
I hope so. And you know, guy's enthusiasm actually kind of scares me.
It's Yuri's influence.
I guess the rest of us will stay here
Estelle,
for now.
making a clear cut right there.
Yuri himself is as laid back as can be.
Well, I mean, that's the reason why Exilia 2 exists.
True.
Exilia 2 exists because we needed the full Exilia experience. I mean, they nerfed Jude the heck in that game. From all his powerful snap pivots and everything, and his speed, they really nerfed him.
Royal Guard, huh? I wonder what those guys were planning to do with the Blastia anyway.
Well, that's why I forgot to ask pnvnd about, like, his opinions about, like, starting off with the Mila side first. I always hear people start off with Jude, I barely ever hear people start off with Mila. And he has some very interesting opinions. Nerf Jude and made Luger. Yeah, honestly, Luger is so much fun to play in that game. And that was before I, like, played DMC. Like, it was cool. It was super cool to know that, like, he's basically like a DMC character without even knowing that he was when I played the game. Was he slower? Like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he felt a little slower in Exilia 2. Because I played a lot of Jude in Exilia 1, and when I went to Exilia 2, I was like, something's missing here. That's the thing, like, sometimes I mix up charging the art, so I end up, like, screwing up the timing. Yep, we're going over time tonight, WAD TV. We're going very overtime tonight. Normally I'd be stopping around this time, but we're very far behind, and I want to make sure we can finish Vesperia on schedule, so that we could... Oh, you know what? Of this marathon, I'm looking forward to playing Eternia. I loved Eternia when I was younger. I love revisiting Eternia. I love finishing Eternia in 2015, and I loved revisiting it this year. It felt like visiting an old friend. Because Eternia was the first classic game that I really started going back into after Narakuri Dungeon 3. And, oh man, so many memories. But for some reason, I ended up not beating it. I stopped right before the final dungeon. I have no idea why. Same with the OVA. I stopped right before the final episode. I have no idea why. So when I played Eternia in 2015, I'm like, yeah, this is right. And then when I played it for the marathon practice, like, yeah, this is still right. I'm really happy to play Eternia this year.
Can't possibly what? Fight them all off? Do you have no faith in me? In us?
Jude's story is better for a first playthrough. Yeah, but, you know, what I want to hear more about is, like, when people who played Mila's story, who provided their opinions, are like, yeah, I felt there was stuff missing, is what I would hear often about. But,
You guys.
what is it? I want to hear his opinion, that's all.
I will. I'll fix this thing if it's the last thing I
Most
do.
underrated game? I mean, Eternia's up there, but I'm gonna give the slight edge to
I'm
Rebirth.
expecting the same from you guys.
But Eternia is certainly up there.
Guess I'll give it all I got too.
Eternia did get a little bit of a cool spotlight because it was the second game to be localized, first one to get an English dub, so it did create its own fan base there. Actually, the admin of Abyss Chronicles, A745, her first game is Tales of Eternia. That's why she'll be joining in for the commentary for that game. And I think she has a lot to say about it. Who knocked him away? Who knocked the bishop away? Was it Yuri? Yuri. Alright, let's try this again, please. Stop! Stop! Oh jeez, no, I missed it, darn it, I'm stupid, There we go. Finish it off with the 672. Yeah, no, that's fair. There are translation materials online. I'm always going to refer to this user, but Lanyn, L-A-N-Y-N, gave a very good translation. But at the end of the day, I understand if there's no patch, it's a bit of a turn off for people. Like, I get it. But I usually, for me, I play like Tales games with the translation script in front of me. And I know not a lot of people like that sometimes, but sometimes I really want to know about these games. That's why I went through a Naruto Digit Cross like a year ago too. Same with the Tales of Innocence R, because there was a Tumblr user at the time when I played Innocence R, where they translated all of the Innocence R exclusive scenes, but that Tumblr blog doesn't exist anymore. And it really helped me understand the characters more.
Let's keep Rita nice and safe.
No, yeah, I got you, Eclipse. I know people don't like reading translation guides, but I'm indifferent about following them. And that's fair.
I stopped.
Honestly, Exilia did its dual story route things poorly. It was a good idea. It just could have been executed better. That's all.
Well, B. She came through.
The Knights are pulling back!
Why? Because the Blastia stopped? I wonder what they were trying to do.
Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Now we've kept our promise
About
to
the
Tor.
entries, I don't know if I'll be able to work with them because of how extra overtime we're going with this, but we'll see what happens when we'll finish. You did the guide for Vesperia PS3 before DE released? I'll do it again? Wait a second. Which guide are you talking about? Oh, this place still looks pretty. I have a personal story with this one. This song specifically.
What is that thing?
Brings back memories for me.
The door has opened. That is Miorzo, homeland of the Kritian people.
It's definitely impressive.
Oh, you used the guide, okay.
It's as unexpected as a dandelion blooming on the bottom of the sea.
Not everything
like
has
they
to
won't
be
keep
an
it
ocean
open for us
reference,
very
Patty.
long.
But I
We
get
should
it,
hurry.
it's your shtick.
Baul!
Alright, are we gonna automatically go inside? No, not quite. Oh, well, we'll
city.
get there soon.
Who'd have guessed?
Forget the city. What about that huge thing? It looks like a living creature.
I'm reminded of the Flying City in Symphonia. And it's like on the same,
It's an Intellectia,
like, level of like the name of that town is like on the same level of like I'm gonna name these characters Genius and Refill. The name of that town is like, all right, I hear you. a little subtle there, Japan. A little subtle.
I had absolutely no idea a city like this existed.
That's because Miorzo cut off contact with the outside world ages ago.
My cousin, when she had a group of friends, they went through the Vesperia like script too because they really loved Vesperia.
We should be allowed to enter.
And then they eventually like had a patch or something, which I played for a little bit. I'm like, it's okay. I'm not a big fan of. Well, I think you've heard that many a times. I'm not the biggest fan of this game, but I appreciate it for what it is. Yeah, rain is for Phil. Never forget that. Oh, this song brings back so many memories. Not for this location, but when Tales of Vesperia was announced, this was the website song.
This is amazing.
And I remember when I was reporting on it, I tried to make sure I had every bit of information as possible, because I think like it was Tales of Vesperia that was announced in 2007 in December on Christmas Day. And I made sure to like get as much of the information that I understood, even though I barely knew Japanese. So this song has been ingrained in my memory as like, oh wow, new announcements, new beginnings of the next generation of Tales of right after Abyss. So I always remember this song as like being, all right, we're moving on to the next generation.
Hey, it's not polite to stare, you know.
How are such children as yourselves able to come here?
She's talking about you, Patty.
Good delivery.
You too, Rita.
Is this monster an Entelekea, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a very like it's pretty. Like it could definitely fill in as a Christmas song.
Oh, you're the one who descended to the Earth some years ago, right?
I believe Judith. Yes, Judith was your name. There was something you had to attend to, and...
Are you about finished? We would like to meet with the Elder.
Please feel free to do as you wish.
He may be out for a walk again, though.
I think cutscene-wise, we might be going for like another 20-40 minutes. Plus, I have to do some supply shopping as well. It's a strange otherworldly song.
They're a bit weird.
All perfect identifiers for this.
Rude. You're one to talk, Rita.
All Kratuen are pretty much like that.
I forget that her punch thing is like it's a skit portrait in the game.
Unafraid. We are dreamers and optimists, for better or worse.
Time to put a fighting in between R and dreamers. Never forget that
Living
song.
together with humans, the Kritians on the surface have lost some of their naivete.
So is the Elder like that too?
Now you see the way Judith is the way she is.
How should I put it? He's the perfect elder for weird people.
Sounds like quite a unique individual. I'm trying to be nice here.
This should be interesting.
And I'm thinking about like Raven and Zelos. Raven keeps going on off about being old, whereas Zelos is just he doesn't talk about being old a lot. He's more like, I'm gonna like mess around everywhere, be like a jokester. More of a jokester than always commenting on how old he is. Nitpicks. It is what it is.
I never would have imagined there'd be a city in
Am
a
I going
place
to do the
like
next
this.
dungeon or stop right before it?
There's so many types of Blastia I've never seen before.
Looks like the Kritians really were the ones who created
Narrative-wise,
Blastia in the first
it
place.
would make sense if it was if I would stop right before it, but there's a lot of cutscene that I want to clear out at least
Easy to believe that.
to sort of like prepare for
It sure would be nice if we happened to
the
find a way to
next
do something
dungeon.
about your
Maybe just
powers,
like
Estelle.
stop at the first or second save point. We'll see.
It's not working.
I'm at the point where it's like it's not really all about like timing anymore. Like at the end of the day, the timing is messed up. I gotta like just
This city has
get to a
stopped
point
using
where I feel like
Blastia.
would be a good starting
This
point for
here
tomorrow.
is what everyone threw out long ago.
So I might go all the way to the halfway through that dungeon, and then that should
Why would
be
they
where
do
I'm gonna
that?
stop.
Because that was the path we chose.
It's been a long time, Elder.
So you were the cause of all this commotion outside. You've returned to us.
These children.
Oh, that reminds me. I remember the jokes that everybody was making when Rowan was first revealed. Everybody's like, wow, we actually have an actual old man character in the series. And they never made another one since.
Yes, it's my Bodhi Blastia that I use.
I thought that Earth dwellers had stopped using Blastia, like us.
Do you not use the Blastia here because it uses a special formula too?
There are no normal or special.
Alright, so for those of you guys who are watching right now, I can't guarantee that I'll be going through the entries tonight. I feel like timing-wise I probably won't be able to do it, but I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do.
To produce cores, and through the absorption of air.
Hold it. Cores are made from crushed apatheia?
Indeed, that is what the stories say. It appears Apatheia was too powerful in its original form. Even without
so this is where we learned that all Blastia are basically pieces of Apatheia. And that's why Apatheia has such a strong relation to Blastia in general.
Carving formulas into it, and thus its numbers were also increased. Our legends tell us that cores
now, KP, that's when we're going to be talking about cultures in Japan. And for some reason, the Japanese media don't particularly want to portray too many older women in JRPGs or anime-based stuff. I don't know what it is, but on occasion that they do, but not as common as it would be.
Maybe Pharaoh didn't tell us about Apatheia because he felt uncomfortable talking about it, you think?
Elder, there are many things I'd like to ask you about.
We're trying to find out what sort of role Blastia played in ancient times. And if Blastia ever brought disasters to this world, we'd like to know how they might have been stopped. Niorzo must still have some folklore, right? Perhaps you could tell us what you know.
Yeah, this game's narrative, they jump from, like, different themes. Like, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Rain old? No, she's, like, 22, 24? That's not old at all. We gotta talk, like, more like mid-30s.
Hey there, where are you going?
I think she's actually younger than Zelos. Maybe she's 22. Zelos is 24.
Apatheia, Blastia, air disturbances, Entelakea. It looks like everything's connected.
We might even see more.
Did they add that line just in case to make sure that, like, people aren't following along? Was that an added line? It felt like an added line.
With a differently colored roof than all the others.
Yeah, Rain's that young.
Gotcha.
Patty, we're leaving.
Oh yeah. I'm coming too.
What else was there? Like, who else are we talking about in terms of age? Like, honestly, we don't have too many old women characters. Yeah, she ages slower because of the half-elf thing. Wait, no. It's not about an... Physically, she ages slower, but it's more like they live for a long time. Zel's 22? I could have sworn it was 24. Am I mistaken? And Rain's older than Zelos? Didn't realize I was that off. We're not gonna shop here yet. Nah, you know what? Rigo's actually the kind of... He's not old. Nah, I don't think they rag on Rigo for being old in that game. He's more like...
Do you think we should
He's
really
built.
Just go in?
That guy is like...
He's the one who told us to wait for
Yeah,
him.
that guy is, it's not being, talked about his age at all in that game.
They don't seem to be in any great rush to
Jeez,
get
Rain
things
is
done,
older than
that's for
Zelos.
sure.
Man, what the heck? Is it Dawn? Well, Dawn's a different
they
case.
certainly are weird, aren't
We don't talk about Dawn when it comes to, like, the Symphonia characters.
Like that too,
We only talk about for Miyamoto, Well, with the exception of Lloyd and
funny, I
possibly
don't see that
Colette.
at all.
Emil, Marta, Richter, and Tenebrae.
Seems like Patty'd fit right in here too.
No, Persea, like those kind of examples don't count. That does not count. They're just getting away with the technicality.
Ah, there you are.
Welcome back.
That's how they get around it. Like, if they want to make Persea actually, like, look her age, then they're not going to do it because it's not going to work in that media.
This is the very
It's such a
means
common
by
thing.
which the lore of Miorzo is passed on.
But, it's just a wall.
Judith, use the Nagig as you touch the wall, and repeat these
I
words.
like the concept of the Nagig, but we only see it twice, but
City of dreams,
once in
veiled
360,
in
which is right
mist,
here, unless there's some side
reality's
quest that I'm missing.
extension.
City of dreams veiled in mist. Reality's extension?
What's happening?
So I think they added a couple lines here.
So the Nagik can do this kind of stuff too.
You know about the Nagig.
Yeah, especially because you hear the
Through
different
its
voice
power
right here as
and
well.
A secret phrase handed down. The wall's true form is revealed.
This I realized, like, oh wow, this is new.
Painting is kind of creepy.
The Kratue, stewards of wisdom.
Innis,
founders
she's
of the
24.
mighty Gorias
Yeah, see, that's the
and
oldest in the
ancient
Tales
sages.
universe. Did we ever like
Our
get
misbegotten
Kisara's age
wisdom
confirmed?
Has sown only the seeds of ruin. The Blastia we created granted us blessings, but also blighted the air, lifeblood of this world.
I didn't look too much into her rise. I tried to keep myself spoiler free, so I didn't look too much about the character's data or whatever.
You think this is showing a disturbance in the air?
It looks more like the air is
Jameson
trying
Price?
to
Yeah, I
eat
wouldn't
the
be surprised.
planet.
It is said that a great mass of air threatened to swallow the very planet whole.
The blight grew ever stronger and brought forth a cataclysm. In our terror, we gave a name to the cataclysm, the Adaphagos.
Adaphagos.
Alright, well, I'll take both your words for royalty and Asbel.
The world united to challenge the Adaphagos.
Okay, so this stuff
and
here,
banish the
this stuff
loathsome
is
power which
important
created it.
for Vesperia. When I
Hey,
first played it,
could that be the
I
Anti-Archaea?
couldn't follow it. I didn't get it, and then when they started showing up in Project Crossroad, I'm like, what are these things here? I'd rather fight the knights, but in replays, I got it. I eventually got it. Whether I like it or not, I guess that's a different story.
The fact that we are all still here today is evidence enough of that.
So then, is this painting showing the Adaphagos being brought under control?
Yeah, they never tell you the ages of Zesty. Part of it's because, like, well,
What is that?
based on that game's lore, you're not really going to know a
It looks
full
like a
age for the
large ring.
characters.
What is that?
And ages don't particularly matter for Seraphs. If you think about how, like, Zesteria and Berseria are connected and how things go that way. I gotta say, like, I was gonna say this for Berseria, but hey, we're overtime. I don't really give a crap about what I talk about right now. Basically, Berseria and Zesteria, like, the cool thing about it is, like, I'm probably one of the crowds where I feel like both games really complement each other well in terms of a narrative standpoint.
What?
But the thing that I wish that could have happened, Berseria should have came out first, so it could have complemented Zesteria's narrative better. Because they were trying to push a lot about how Soray's struggles were really rough. But if we had known about how the Shepherd was like in Berseria first, before we played Zesteria, then you'd have more of an understanding of the struggles of Soray compared to just being told it.
There is no further explanation of what each of these phrases may mean.
I like both stories as they're complementary pieces to each other.
Our ancestors created the Blastia, which led to the downfall of their entire civilization.
I might get more into it when we get to
They then chose
Berseria,
to
of course, but
abandon
that's
the
like my
Blastia
general 2
and
cents
sever
about
their
that.
ties with the outside world.
Estelle!
Let her go.
I thought not knowing the ages was a
This
story
is
thing in terms
all
of a
the
Soray
lore of
reveal.
Miorzo.
What do you mean exactly?
Thanks. You've given us a lot to think about.
You know what's helpful? There's this magic cucumber that'll turn any dish into a gourmet meal.
I think we'll pass. Could we trouble you for a place to rest a while?
Magilu's thing was more of a very plot relevant thing, if I recall correctly.
You are free to use the house next door. No one lives there right now.
Thank you. Okay, let's be going.
Like, I think like the age is very negligent for Magilu because of a spoiler thing in Vesperia. Like, that's the whole point of her and her relationship with her, Did you see the elder? He walked forward and started moonwalking. What was that all about? What was that all about? But in any case, there are some instructions I gotta do here first. Estelle sort of runs off on her own, so if you, like, look at her right here, she's not gonna do anything. But we're gonna do a quick check up on her, just in case. Yeah. But we do definitely gotta rest in the end for some more cutscene. Where is he in? It's right down here. No, that's the warehouse. It's right up here. The little child was in the way. Confused me a little bit.
The Cataclysm? The Autophagos?
If that legend's true, then maybe the power of the child of the full moon isn't the only thing to blame for bringing out the Autophagos.
But what about the hearing the world's prayers, life faded from the children?
I know we're starting to get a little bit like late, like way over time, but I do want to say once again, thank you guys for all like chilling with me and whatnot up to this time. We're all, y'all are like super troopers. Like yesterday, I called those who were with me troopers last night. Y'all are like the super troopers, especially if you started from like the very beginning. Super troopers, each and every one of you.
It might not be just the Hermes Blastia.
And I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
That legend made it sound like all Blastia disturb the world's air. Right, Rita?
Oh, Rita's really thinking right there.
The elder said that Blastia are Blastia. There are no normal ones or special ones. I think that means the only thing that's different is how much air each formula uses.
Even the Blastia we're using?
Bodhi Blastia are special, but all Blastia utilize air in a formula. They're all the same. And formulas need air to work. The Hermes technique, the children of the full moon, they're probably only part of the danger. With more and more Blastia,
so tomorrow will be super duper troopers? Well, I guess that depends on that depends on if Vesperia will treat me well tomorrow. There is that one boss fight.
I didn't want to admit it. Blastia couldn't be bad. The people who used them for evil were the bad ones. That's what I always believed. But I was wrong.
So does that mean we have to stop every Blastia? Like the people here in Myorzo did?
You're hoping for some pain? I understand. That used to be the thing that everybody really liked about the marathon. I understand it wasn't going to be the same, but
impossible.
If I tried to really be that way, like, I didn't think it would be like really authentic. Especially with how I'm going with it right now. If I did hard 2 times the XP, it might have happened, but I don't think it's going to happen with the 10 times the XP. We'll see. We'll see. If it happens, it happens. Marathon luck is in fact a thing.
Yeah.
I wish we could use Blastia without worrying about consuming air. But I guess that's just a dream.
Yeah, Asma, you hit the hammer on the head there. All of it is all like plot relevant, basically. They kept all the ages like unknown because of that exact reason. The way the world is built, you're not going to know everybody else's ages, so even those who could have had a realistically plausible age, they don't reveal it. Like particularly Rose and
essential mechanisms of air.
Alicia and whatnot.
Formulating that theory is the ultimate goal of current magical research by mages around the world.
So that's the Rizomata formula?
If it's found, manipulating air will become so much easier. Of course, we need a formula to reconstruct air from power that was originally converted from air. But Estelle's power is actually directly manipulating air. Estelle is the closest thing to the Rizomata formula.
Yeah, so that's Estelle's thing with the
If we
Rizomata
can use a formula to interfere with and neutralize Estelle's power,
I don't really get it, but...
Thank you, Yuri.
If you work out that formula thing, then Estelle can live in peace, right?
So by that logic,
This is Rita's
if we could
challenge
control the
for
excess
this
of
arc.
air, we could prevent
And
provoking the
moving on
Autophagos.
to the other act, too.
Awesome!
Sounds difficult, but awesome.
So we're supposed to go looking for some formula that researchers all over the world can't find? Now you're really dreaming.
Oh, but you don't know who you're speaking
I
to.
will figure out this formula. For Estelle and for me.
Well, my name is Enridia
Yeah,
Mordio.
you do that.
Raven's like, yeah, sure.
Huh?
Good
Raven,
luck.
where are you going?
For a walk. All this talk about saving the world, the ultimate goal of magical research. This conversation's a little much for old Raven to keep up with.
That formula sounds nice and all, but the air is getting worse as we're sitting here.
Yeah. For now, we have to find whoever is making the Hermes Blastia. Otherwise, it'll be too late, just like Pharaoh said.
But how are we supposed to find whoever that is?
If we follow whoever's looking for Apatheia, they should lead us right to them. Cores are made from Apatheia, after all.
So Flynn and Nan and their friends.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll have to fight them.
That's kind of up to them.
What was that?
Good question. This will be the point where I'm gonna do some supply shopping for a bit. Whoa, what the heck? What happened to my notes? Ah, here we go. Okay, let's get some apples, let's get some oranges, get some melanges. Why do we have so many? Oh, this drops from the mooks from the Egathor forest. Panacea, life bottle, holy bottle, dark bottle, magic lens. What else we got here? Perfect for Yuri. Perfect for Yuri and Carol. Rita's already got that. Did I not? I'm pretty sure I got this already. Perfect for Patty. Alright. Yeah. Alright, Gaia Cleaver. Did I put... I did put those on, okay. Gaia Cleaver. What else is there? His Shadow Fang. Shadow Fang? Who else did we get here? Flame Mars? Okay. Hellfire, Super Chain 5. I think I got everything here. Alright, so that's it for weapons. Now let's focus on armor. Yep. Also, yep. And Next up we got here, let's focus on more of these. We're gonna only buy one of those. The Thrill Guard, I guess we'll need from later. This and this. Yeah, there's a moment in like every Tales game when you get to the Mithril equipment, that's when you realize you're getting close to the third act. Or like nearing the end of the second act, basically. It's a nice sign. It's always a little bit relieving to always see Mithril armor no matter which Tales game you play. Milk. Oh, we've been low on milk for a while. What else was there? Is there anything crazy we could do with synthesis? Don't look it. Let's just sell some stuff then. All these night swords. Gone. Oh, did I forget to set that for Patty? I think I did. Shark Tail 1B. Yeah, I totally did. It's gonna be useful for later. Or tomorrow, most likely. Elemental Master. One of my favorites. Kids Association. Okay, I think we should be good. There we go. Yeah, okay, so the whole thing about, like, not having a healer, I didn't mind it too much either, because you already have Carol and Raven, who aren't perfect, but they're kind of capable, to be honest.
Working. Why? This one is fitted with a core.
Something's written here. Warp Blastia?
So in other words, someone used this to leave Miorzo?
It looks that way.
Didn't they get rid of all the Blastia here? There shouldn't be any functioning, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing, KB. Never sell your weapons unless you learned everything. And that's why I carried over the skills. That's what I forgot to do during Marathon. The first one.
It appears that someone's left the town.
Estelle. Where's Estelle?
Wait, and where'd the old man go?
Huh? You don't think both of them used this?
What do you mean?
Do I want to start a little bit earlier tomorrow? I wonder.
In our town
Maybe like 30 minutes earlier? It is a free day the whole day, so we'll see. I'll think about it.
A core was probably brought in from outside the town. It should require adjustment to function properly, but Estelle's an exception to the rules. If she can interact directly with air, she might also be able to reconstruct air to fit the core's formula.
Intriguing idea, Rita.
But why would she?
Elder, could you get everyone to help us search to see if our friends are in town?
Very well.
Let's look for them too.
Oh yeah, sensitive stuff. Yeah, I definitely understand. That's what I did a lot too in my first playthrough. I was hoarding my items.
As you thought, the two of them are nowhere to be found.
I wonder what could have happened to them.
Anyway, let's
that's
get
fair,
back to the
Royalty.
surface and look for them.
The thing is, I think like Carol does help a little bit better as healer because like he's a frontliner and he tanks pretty well. So that's why I really like him as like my favorite axe user from the ones that I played.
A walk that involves leaving the town without
To be honest,
saying
I'm really
anything
much
to us?
much options for that.
Not a chance.
Like I keep thinking, like, there's Presea, there's Carol,
Well, only the
like
living have
axe
the
users
privilege
in
of
that
saying they'll
sense.
fight to the last breath.
I can't think of other characters who are similar in that ilk. It might be a little bit late,
Words
but
like conviction
nothing's
and
coming to mind
resolve
at the
don't mean
moment.
much to a dead man.
Out.
Ah, well. Just when things were getting good.
Just who are you anyway? What does the head of the Knights want with you?
This is when we start thinking about all the way back from Act 1.
I can't believe I only just remembered that. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Hurry! We have to follow them!
Oh, such a common thing.
I understand how you're
What do they
feeling,
call it in Tales of
try to calm
Vesperia?
down.
They're not, to make it a little bit less spoiler free.
What?
Like they call these type of characters the renegades.
Of course I'm worried. That's why we should calm down and think rationally, right?
I think I might play a round or two
right.
of that during
Yeah,
the marathon
I
this
see.
year.
I'm
See,
sorry.
that's how much like flexibility I have with a game like Vesperia. It's a standard Tales game thing.
Ah, yes.
Like
The master
I
of
bet
yours
standard Tales
might
game
have some
length.
idea.
This game is not a
an
standard
NTK
Tales
after
game
all.
length.
Maybe he
Well,
felt the flow
it's of the
of air
same
from the
ilk of like.
Blastia.
It's part of the
Did you hear
trifecta:
it?
Symphonia,
Could you tell us
Abyss,
where it
and
was?
Vesperia.
To the west.
Games
A
like
sea of
Destiny
sand.
2,
A town?
Legendia, the regular
It's not
quest,
too clear, but a desert town. I
what
think
else was
it's
there?
Jormungand.
Rebirth.
That's the town
Definitely
in
the older
sands
games
of
like
Kagor,
Eternia and Destiny
where we met Duke
PS1 and
before.
Fantasia. All of them have like the standard Tales of game length.
Sands? Why would they go to a place in the middle of nowhere?
And it just so happens it's like the three of them, like Vesperia,
Let's
Abyss,
head
and
there
Symphonia,
now.
are like one of the major localized ones that people were exposed to. So like their impression, the other impressions are a little bit
I am.
different, and I can understand that.
You don't need to
I can
show
definitely understand
such
if
a
that isn't
burden.
the impression, or that is the impression they're gonna have,
Haven't you
as this being the
suffered
standard
enough?
Tales of length.
Thank you, Elder. But I'm not suffering anymore. If you went into the outside world, you might understand too.
My favorite outfit for Judith. Just her armor is like really cool. And what was it? It's like you get to. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, perfect. I really like her armor. Okay. I believe we're going to. Yes. During my practice runs, I went all the way to the dungeon without realizing I had to go here first, and because I was skipping cutscenes to practice routing, that I had no idea where I was going during this part, but I know where to go now. I almost got lost a little bit, but we here. That's definitely the case, yeah, with length. This is the big beefy Tales game at the end of the day. It kind of makes me wonder how Arise is going to be lengthwise.
What's going on? It's just a pile of ruins.
And that game's been in development for a
This
long
didn't just
time.
happen in a few days. This is like hundreds of years.
Maybe long time is a bit of a
Maybe there was a
overstatement.
huge
I don't know.
fire that-
We'll see.
No, not a chance of that happening, huh? Quiet. Someone's here.
Duke.
This could be our clue about the Rizomata formula.
That's the dragon from the Wizened of Kados.
He's traveling with
It'll
Duke.
be around Veserius length. Okay, so that's like standard Tales of length, so that's fine.
I've got questions for that guy, but we have to find Estelle first.
They got away.
Oh no, DC Douglas, it's
There's no
time.
This isn't what I would have chosen, but so be it.
Alexei, what are you doing here?
Ah, looking for the princess? I'm impressed you found your way here.
Do you know where Estelle is?
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, is he already doing the eyebrow? No, he's not quite doing it yet.
Is this your idea of a joke, Commandant?
I am at a loss as to how to thank you. Your pitiful sense of justice has allowed me to work with little interruption.
Did this come out of nowhere a little bit for people?
And now
Maybe.
we have the likes of Barbos and Rago. They were each of use in their own fashion, but you have performed magnificent work, far surpassing theirs.
You're some of the most talented and foolish performers I've seen.
What?
However, the time for fooling around is over.
We haven't seen
It's
this
time
guy
for you to
since
exit the
Act
stage.
1. Or the start of Act 2.
So that's it,
And then
huh?
suddenly, here he is.
It was you pulling everybody's strings all this time. Well, I'm not laughing, Alexei.
Commandant!
And yet another fool arrives.
Oh, DC Douglas.
Flynn.
Such a good main villain
Commandant,
voice.
How could you?
Which is why it's all the more jarring
You're
when
the
you hear him
pride
in
of the Imperial
Graces.
Knights. How could you commit treason?
I expect that guy to like
This
just
is not treason.
like
I am merely
backstab me,
following the
but he
path of
doesn't.
one who holds true authority.
He's actually on the good side in that
And
game.
you just intend to betray the trust of His Highness Yoder?
His Highness. Yes. I think he'll be relinquishing his rank soon.
This is madness.
My lord,
Don't say
all
it.
is in readiness.
Jaeger!
Well done. I am headed for Bactian as planned. I will leave this situation to you.
Here's the thing, like, when it gets to
Yours
the
fate
end
as
of
well.
Act 2, like, legitimately,
Yeah,
this
you
would have
bet, my
been,
lord.
the end of Act 2 of Definitive Edition would be a standard length of a Tales game.
Alexei, wait!
But we're not
You
quite
said
gonna
you
get
could
there with Act 3.
Stand
Even though Act
back.
3 is pretty short.
If you try to stop us, get the hell out of the way!
Your princess friend is at the shrine of Bactian as well, you know.
What did you say?
You'll be
Alright,
too late
here's
if
the
you
plan. I
don't
might
hurry.
start tomorrow a little bit earlier, so maybe I might start around like 9:30 a.m. to sort of catch up with things, because I think I am going to be a little bit behind and overtime tomorrow.
Sir!
Oh, I get to fix Flynn's outfit. I should probably get to that too, huh?
Alexei, you won't get away with this.
Yuri, come on!
Would have been a bit more threatening if it didn't come from a
Yuri?
child's voice.
Yuri Lowell, give yourself up!
The Shrine of Bactian is said to be located on the Hypionian continent.
Hypionia, the continent east of Desier. The Egathor forest is there.
Are we actually gonna trust what Jaeger said?
If that's where Alexei is headed, then Estelle's gotta be there.
We don't have much information, so I guess we'll just have to go check it out.
We can't just sit here and ignore that guy.
What's the matter, Patty?
Actually,
You gotta change
didn't
the
he
voice
say
direction a little
something
bit.
about Eifried?
Yeah, he did say something about Eifried, just kind of last minute too.
If we take him out, we can get Estelle back.
Yeah.
But what about Raven?
I'll bet he delivered Estelle to them and then just took off.
No, Raven. He wouldn't do that.
You're right. Raven wouldn't do that.
Well, the facts are that she's been kidnapped and he's nowhere to be seen. I mean, that's only logical, right?
It's possible he was captured as well.
Well, whatever. Let's get going. Yuri?
Yuri.
Flynn.
Flynn. A word?
Oh, this is a point where Grand
Very
George
well.
gets a little bit more
Let's talk over
time
there.
to work. Because I think there's some additional lines or something. What's the thing? Cute little thing. Anyway. Hey, Flynn.
Just what the hell are you doing? What happened to advancing as a knight and fixing the Empire from within?
Oh wait, no, this might be a
You've been
scene where they
nothing more
both,
than a damn
like,
puppet on
alternate.
Alexei's string.
It's one of those scenes again.
Don't you dare tell me that the Dawn and Bellius died for nothing more than that. He was there working alongside you this whole time, Flynn. How could you possibly not know?
Good Baker.
I'm sorry.
Why, though? Did you go along with it because Yoder trusted Alexei?
His Highness is not to blame. I had total confidence in Alexei. The responsibility is mine.
Yeah, frames has a seal. I'm gonna have to look
So
into
your
that again
pursuit of
someday
the
when I play
Apatheia
up
at
this again.
Nordopolica was on Alexei's
I remember
orders,
it being good.
presume.
Simple, but good. Simple can be good.
You'd better start talking. Tell me what happened. There's no reason to worry about exposing the Commandant now.
The conversion of Heliord into a military installation. The abuse of the residents
Flynn is
of
still a
Mantic.
grunt.
All of Timor's activities,
His outfit.
the forbidden development of New
Jeez.
Blastia, all of these were carried out under the Commandant's, under Alexei's orders.
Well, you've grown up to be a model knight. Unquestioned allegiance to your country. That's nice.
The Commandant, Alexei, was not always this way. You of all people should remember, those who are just will lead lives of prosperity. That was the ideal Alexei once held dear.
Sodia as a counterpoint to Flynn's way of
That
thinking.
was why I...
But all it's done for you is help you lose sight of your original intentions.
Curious to hear you elaborate on that.
Not that I have much right to preach to you, after I let them run off with Estelle like that.
No, that never would have happened if I hadn't been blind to Alexei's true nature. I had grown far too used to simply obeying orders like a good knight, even when I doubted them. It was my lack of thought that brought this about.
Since when is moaning and whining part of a knight's job description?
You impudent!
No, it is as she says. I must shoulder this responsibility. It is up to me to rescue Lady Estellise.
Whoa, what?
Captain, what should
Huh.
be done about His Highness?
That fell out of place.
If anything were to happen to him, the Empire...
I know. That's why this brigade is concentrating all our efforts on ensuring his safety.
But Captain...
Please.
Damn it, Flynn. I didn't yell at you to have you turn around and start telling me what to do. Brave Vesperia is going to rescue Estelle.
Then let me join you. Let me be a member of Brave Vesperia.
Captain?
A knight joining a guild? Don't make me laugh.
I was unable to prevent the royal
The
guard
voice
from
change.
abducting Her Highness.
It-
I am duty-bound to correct this wrong by saving her.
It's not the performances, it's just a sudden voice
Keep it
change.
up. You know you have no place in a guild. But if you want to come with us, I won't stop you.
Yuri!
But you know what you have to do, right?
As soon as we've rescued Her Highness, I will return to protect Prince Yoder.
Okay, I see what you mean.
I cannot allow the Empire to be thrown into disorder. I'm sorry, Sodia, Witcher. I must ask you to take care of the prince.
I'll be back as soon as I can. Please tell His Highness the same.
Understood. Yuri, thanks.
Same here. You had me worried there. It's good to see you're back to your old self.
Alexei. So he's the one who's been advancing Hermes Blastia technology.
Yeah, it's taken a while, but everything points back to him. All right, next stop, the Shrine of Bactian. We're gonna get Estelle and Raven out of there, and show Alexei just who he's messing with.
Agreed.
I'll repeat. Always, always, always with the word of reason. Alright, hello, Flynn. Let's, fix him up here first. Particularly... yeah, that's... Huh. That's weird, because, like... I didn't expect these to be costumes, because, like, you don't see the costume icon behind it, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. Flynn gets a lot of skills when he joins you here. I'm gonna try to replicate it as best as I can right now. Heavy hit, singer blow, combo plus. We also got defend, defend 2, resist 2, critical, magic guard plus, guard reflect, guard arts Roll. You got immunity, burst guard, and recovering guard. For that, here we have evade, arm thrower, item pro, backstep, recover, super chain 4, and ability plus. This may not be super accurate. It's the best I was able to research without doing a standard playthrough, like a normal playthrough. It would help with a little bit more if my previous recording from a year ago didn't get corrupted, but you work with the cards that you're dealt. Life up, EXP share. I also forgot a couple things over here. There's also shield, magic shield, crucible, FMR. I think that's all we got for Flynn. We used 35 SP. Yeah, that's pretty balanced. Alright. Some of these I'm gonna have to play around with once we get to the dungeon. All the way to Hypnonia, something like that. They said it several times. I didn't quite catch it. It's also getting a little bit late.
Look over there!
What is that huge thing?
It's the Heracles.
Did Alexei send for it?
So this is... Maybe this role could have been taken by Pharaoh? Actually, no. Pharaoh wouldn't go down like this.
That's the Entelekea Astal. Alexei's still trying to get Apathea, it seems.
It looked like it got away, though.
Yeah, it looked like it was forced into those ruins.
Those ruins definitely appear to be the temple Bactian.
I wonder what Alexei's
We're gonna be
plotting
starting in
this
a
time.
really awkward place tomorrow, but hey, I gotta get through the dungeon to prepare for the fight.
Alexei's planning to do.
It'll be a fun thing to
Right,
get things
we're just here
going.
to
Just go
rescue
straight to a
Estelle.
fight right away. So we're gonna clear as much of its dungeon as we can, but we're gonna stop right before the fight. That's how we're gonna start off tomorrow morning. Unless, okay, here's the thing.
Let's land a little
Do you
bit
guys
away
want to
from
see
it
the
and
boss
approach
fight
on
for
the
tonight?
ground.
It's up to you all. For the few of you who are left here who have followed me to tonight.
Alexei!
Would you rather we defeat the boss of this dungeon tonight, or should I save it for tomorrow? Tomorrow morning as the first thing to start off with.
Jaeger, that useless worm. Can't he even swat a few pesky flies?
Alexei, what have you done to Lady Estellise?
Alright, then it might be just best for me to save it for tomorrow.
Estelle back! Estelle, come on, wake up! Estelle!
Thank you, EDM, by the way, for dropping by and
matter.
chilling up to the after hours of the marathon stream. I think I remember the last time I did these after hours for like during Abyss, and oh, but look how much Apathea Alexei has! Holy smokes! Super Apathea everywhere!
Yuri! Everyone!
I didn't realize how many Apathea that was! Holy smokes!
As you can see, the princess's life will fade each time she uses her power.
5 Entelekea.
If you care for her,
How did he
then
acquire
do not
those?
interfere further.
Alexei!
He didn't get the Ciano, did he?
You bastard.
The Great... Oh, duh, the Great War. My apologies, I forgot about that.
Captain, are you okay? Captain!
Oh, and 360, this would have been Flynn leading the charge, but...
Sodia? What are you doing here?
After we left, we picked up the Heracles' movements. Prince Yoder dispatched us, saying that you could probably use our help.
That little prince never could mind his own damn business.
Well, what about you and all that pathetic bluster and bravado?
Sorry, but unlike you well-bred aristocrats, I'm not perfect.
Hey, you
Was
guys
that
alright?
was that Grand George? That was a good line. Half the Chaos Emeralds. Was there a Tales thing where we actually referenced the Chaos Emeralds like that?
They came to save us. Apparently Yoder told them to.
Alexei's inside the temple. Let's hurry up after him.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up this dungeon, except... Okay, so the decision is we're gonna save right before the final boss. And I'll continue on. And by final boss, I mean the boss of this dungeon.
It is difficult for me to say this.
We're gonna...
This place is far too
I'm gonna save right
dangerous.
before the boss, and then we're gonna continue on from there tomorrow. I might even start early tomorrow morning too. We'll see.
Now is
I know that. I know that as a knight, that is what I should be doing. I know that all too well.
Then...
But this is something I need to do myself. For Her Highness, and for Alexei. Please, let me go.
But...
Take us there.
It must be pretty damn inconvenient to be a knight, huh?
How can someone like you... How can the captain possibly consider someone like you his friend? Our captain is the ideal to which we all aspire. He's the epitome of an imperial knight. And yet, for some reason when he's with you, he's not himself. Just like this last time.
Whatever. If you're looking for someone to have a heart-to-heart with, go bug Applehead over here.
That is the first time we actually
We don't have
hear
time to
which
sit
are called
around and play
Applehead.
guidance counselor for you.
Applehead? That's it! Sodia! No, don't! Sodia!
Listen well, Yuri Lowell. Your very existence is hurting our captain. Stay away from him.
She's pretty intense.
All right, now we've done everything we came here to do. We ask that you please take care of the captain.
Platoon, fall out! We must hurry to rejoin the brigade!
His weapon does... Yeah, it kind of looks like an apple too. So I guess they knew what they were doing.
Come on, we have to catch up with Flynn.
Right. If she's forced to use her power, then it'll be too late to save her or fix the air.
That bastard!
Actually,
Using her like some kind
there
of
is a
tool.
boss tomorrow that could troll. And it's not the boss that we're thinking of. We'll see what happens. If that boss does choose to troll. Because that boss trolled me in my last practice, and I couldn't believe my eyes. There was like maybe 4 or 5 game overs. I hope that doesn't happen tomorrow. Knock on wood. But we'll see.
Prince Yoder was thoughtful to send his knights to help us.
To help us? Don't you mean to help Flynn and Estelle?
Coming here is reckless enough, but sending help is even crazier. Doesn't that little prince understand his own position?
That's the kind of person His Highness is. I'm sure that what's happened has caused him exceptional grief.
Are you referring to Estelle? Or perhaps Alexei?
Both. Let's hurry.
Hey, slow down.
What are you saying? This is no time to be taking it easy.
We don't have any clue where enemies could be lurking, so calm down.
You're right. I apologize. Yuri, you guys are much more level-headed than...
Don't worry about it. We're all in this together here.
Flynn gets a little bit more
okay?
reflective during this dungeon too.
I'm okay. I'm extremely okay.
Like I get it, but
Come on, Estelle's waiting for
it
us.
seems a little
Let's
bit
hurry.
odd a bit, but I understand why they're doing it.
Alexei made it sound like Ifrid was one of his men.
It is true that the Knights employ guilds on rare occasions, but...
We don't know whether Ifrid worked for him, right? In any case, that conversation's on the back burner for now. Let's go.
Alright, we're gonna pick up some items along the way while we're here. This is a lovely dark bottle. Beautiful lemon gel. And what else we got here? I think that's all we have to worry about, as we got some more cutscene to deal with.
The last room looked like this too.
All these rooms look the same. I wonder if they're all like this.
I'm gonna go check out what's ahead.
Repeat.
I've heard that this kind of construction is intended to humble visitors. So this must be the approach to the shrine.
We don't really have time to be dawdling.
It's okay. Relax.
As we thought, the rooms all look the same from here on out. Rapid's sense of smell doesn't seem to be working too well either.
I see. We can't afford to get lost in here.
Here, use these. Let's make a map as we go.
You're always so well prepared.
Carol, can you do this?
Yeah, I'm good with maps. Leave it to me.
We'll be in a lot of trouble if you mess up, you know.
Don't say that. Come on, everything will be fine. Probably.
Ah, there's our lovely map. Okay. So first off, we're gonna pick up an important item for Rita. Yes, the Twinkle Star. Twinkle Star will give you... Nope, I'm thinking of another item. Don't mind me. It sounds familiar, though. It might have ended with Star, if I recall correctly. We don't want to equip Heavy Magic, though. So let's just get a Item Pro and Combo Magic 2. You know, I don't think I'll ever get around to using it. I think maybe the AI could surprise me sometimes. I think we find ourselves another holy bottle. Are we doing well for lemon gels? I guess we could pick up one lemon gel. And also we could get like a holy bottle here too, if I recall. There you go. I don't think there's anything here. Oh no, wait, no, this is the regular path. Never mind. I think I'm gonna get close to a checkpoint though. I do want to show another cutscene once we get to it, so. Not
Are you
this
thinking
one,
of what you're going to do when you meet Alexei?
I'll most likely have to fight him.
Sounds like you've made up your mind.
To be honest, I can't believe it even now. No, I think it's really that I don't want to believe it. I looked up to him for so long. I've desperately hoped that this was just some kind of mistake.
Sorry, but I already know the answer to that.
I know. Besides, the way he has treated Lady Estellise can't be explained away as simply a mistake.
No objection there.
Hey, Sir Flynn.
Sir Flynn.
You can just call me Flynn. What is it?
Flynn, you,
know what Yuri's done, don't you?
You mean what he did to Rago and Cumore?
Yeah.
Weren't you paying attention?
Don't worry, I'm not going to arrest Yuri.
Nordopolica,
not
Carol,
right
I'm pretty sure Flynn basically let us know that he knew.
After you bring Estelle back to the capital?
Under Imperial law, the things that Yuri has done are serious crimes. After all, he killed 2 of the Empire's leading figures out of a personal grudge.
Serious crimes.
A personal grudge? But Yuri was...
I know. Yuri certainly didn't do those things for his own
I mean,
sake.
it's a little things where like you get to hear more of Flynn's
law
perspective
works.
here.
The
Even though like
corruption in the Empire is entirely
even
irrelevant here.
even like in 360, it was inferred about like his perspective
about
though,
which way's
so it's
right?
not really revealing, but it's nice to see
what
him
I'm
like
feeling
speak
doubt?
it, I suppose.
Or is it?
Hey, what are you doing? You're gonna get left behind, you know.
Sorry.
My, she's scary. Let's go.
I think there's nothing here, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, nothing in Third Junction. Oh, there is a treasure chest here. You know, there's only 8k gold here, but I'll take it. It's better than not having 8k gold. Obviously, myths are obvious, as we are very much into overtime. But I think we're getting to the point where I will be stopping, because I do want to show the cutscene that happens after this save point, and I want to save it for tomorrow. So I feel like when I'll have a better state of mind, I will be talking about it. But as we're gonna stop for tonight, once again, for all y'all who are still here, I thank you all so much, so much for taking the time to just chill with me here for a little bit as I try to recover lost time from earlier. So tomorrow we'll be back on Twitch. So once again, thank you all so much, and take care. Have a good night.